Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. We're going to get started in about 4 minutes. So if you could find your way to a seat, and for the people outside, if you could bring them in, I'll ask my colleagues, Rakesh, maybe Julia, if you could encourage people to come inside so we can get started on time. Thank you. Yeah. Hi again, everyone. We'll start in just a minute. So if you could have a seat. Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome. A very, very warm welcome to all of you here in Kuala Lumpur and to our online audience for this 9th edition of the Global Forum for Responsible Recruitment. I'm Sarah Mustafa Kamel, and I'm IHRB's Head of Migration. So as you know, this year's theme is Building Resilience in an Era of Global Disruption. Over the next 2 days, we'll be looking at how disruption around the world is affecting migrant workers, recruitment corridors, and supply chains, and what responsible recruitment needs to do differently in response. So during the day today, day one, we'll be looking at what this disruption is how it is affecting migrant workers in real terms through conflict or climate change, new technologies, discrimination, and the pressures that workers are already facing. And then day two will focus more on practice, what building resilience actually means, what companies, governments, recruiters, worker organizations, and civil society can do differently. So before we begin, just a very quick housekeeping note on time management and questions. We have a very full agenda over the next 2 days. And because we also have an online audience, we really want to keep to time. So starting the sessions on time and ending on time. So we'll ask everybody to come back promptly after your coffee breaks, lunch breaks. Moderators, there's a timer in front of you. So please make sure your sessions end on time for especially for the online audience. And then for questions, we'll be taking them through the forum's dedicated platform. So for those joining online, you can also submit questions through the live stream on IHRB's LinkedIn profile and YouTube channel. We'll do our best to bring in as many questions as possible into the discussions as much as time allows. And then tonight, we'll give you a reminder a little bit later, but we have a reception that's open to all of our in-person guests that's kindly hosted by IOM and Amazon here. So we hope that you'll stay with us for this occasion. And finally, I wanted to acknowledge that today also marks an important moment for IHRB. From starting tomorrow, July 1st, Julia Bato will officially become IHRB CEO. Julia first came to IHRB to establish our presence here in Southeast Asia, later helped also establish our regional initiative Gulf Sustain, and she's been very closely involved in building a lot of IHRB's work from the ground up. And before joining IHRB, Julia worked with the ILO, also here in Southeast Asia, as well as Geneva on forced labor and labor migration. As acting CEO over the past few months, she's already been leading IHRB's strategy, fundraising, organizational oversight, and program work together with the leadership team and the trustees. And at a time when these issues are becoming more and more complex, from conflict to climate to technology, disability, and worker protection, Julia brings the experience, judgment, commitment needed to lead IHRB into its next chapter. So she does this with the full trust and support of her team and partners, and we're really pleased to mark this transition here with you. So with that, thanks again for being here with us online and in the room. We're really looking forward to the conversations and the discussions over the next 2 days, and I'll hand it over to Julia.
Hello, everyone.
Thanks, Sarah.
No pressure. Welcome. It's a pleasure to see so many familiar and new faces here in Kuala Lumpur for the 2026 Global Forum. For those of us here today, we're going to make the most of the 2 days that we have in person. As Sarah said, there is a reception at the end of the day that we can enjoy together. And for those of you at home, thank you for joining us today. And I hope you can also stay for the next 2 days. So having hosted global forums in Berlin, Singapore, New York, London, Bangkok, I think it's quite timely and right that we have it here in Malaysia this year. Malaysia sits at the heart of many of the migration corridors we work with, deals with many of the issues we are looking to address, and is also a very, very welcoming country. And so it's wonderful for us to be hosting this in Malaysia this year. And I would like to thank our colleagues here on the ground, in regional offices as well, UN agencies, civil society, all of our partners and the team who have made this 2 days possible. But in particular, I wanted to thank the Walmart Foundation. Without them, this forum wouldn't be possible. Our field is going through a very, very difficult funding moment. Budgets are being cut, whole teams are being dismantled. A lot of really important work on human rights and business and human rights is being discontinued for lack of funding. And so we don't take those opportunities for granted. And this kind of support that the Walmart Foundation is providing for us to be here today and together with so many of you is really much appreciated and much needed. So to our colleagues at the Walmart Foundation, thank you very much. So as Sarah said, the theme of this year's forum is building resilience in a time of global disruption. When we were developing the agenda for this year's forum, we wanted to think of a theme that was all-encompassing. We wanted to talk about many of the challenges that are interrelated and overlapping in this very, very complex context that we are going through right now. But disruption is an interesting concept, and I would like to pause in this concept for a second. I think often when we talk about disruption, we're involved in policy discussions, and disruption is often addressed as something very abstract. It's a trend, it's a shift, it's a reconfiguration of trade routes, it's a bit of a nuisance, and we talk about it sometimes in the same way we talk about the weather. So the weather is bad, it will get better, we don't know, the forecast will tell. But disruption is not an abstract concept. It always lands on someone. And the people it lands on the hardest in the world of work are the workers. And among workers, we're talking about low-paid workers in labor-intensive sectors and functions, and those who are chasing better lives for them and for their families, including migrant workers. So to be very specific about what disruption looks like in this context, it looks like a seafarer on a stranded ship in a conflict zone. He or she is unable to leave, scared for his or her life, unable to send money home, unable to go home. This is disruption. Or it can be a worker on a construction site or on a plantation when temperatures get too hot for them to be able to work. But they are told that they need to continue or they won't get paid. This is disruption. It also looks like a factory worker who has no orders because a trade ban has been imposed. He or she still has a recruitment debt, but they don't have a job anymore. This is also disruption. Disruption can also be a worker whose job is being assessed or replaced by a technology that in any other circumstances could actually be very helpful. It could give that same worker more information, more voice, access to better remedies. But in this case, that same technology is filtering out their job application before a human even reads it, and for reasons he or she will never know. So this is also disruption. And these are not random stories or anecdotes. They are real examples of what happens in the world of work when global pressures converge and where the very recruitment and labor systems are already strained, already uneven, already weighted against workers. But for the next 2 days, I would really urge us not to focus just on what is really, really difficult right now. I also want us to spend some time, and most of our time, focusing on what is possible. Because the reason the Global Forum exists and has existed for the past 9 editions is because we believe and we know that there is evidence that we can bring some change. 10 years ago, the employer pays principle was just an abstract concept, sometimes even contested. Many people didn't believe it was possible. Now, today, the employer pays principle is an expectation. In any serious conversation about supply chain and recruitment, you would expect to hear about responsible recruitment and the employer pays principle. And that happened not just because of conversations like these ones that we're going to have here over the next few days, but also because of these discussions. And these discussions and the arduous work of chipping away day after day is what helped us to turn those ideas, those abstract concepts into frameworks and into principles that are now expectations. But we all know, we are very, very aware that frameworks and principles are not enough and that there is a lot of work ahead of us. The principle is not yet applied consistently. There are many workers, and I would say the majority, who are still paying fees to get a job. Enforcement is very uneven across most jurisdictions. And what real implementation looks like in practice is still unclear. So it is our job to continue to push this agenda forward and to turn it into practice. Not just any practice, but widespread practice until it becomes the norm. So over the next 2 days, I would really like us to do 3 things. To be very honest about where progress is stuck, and we should name those moments, and we should be very open and critical about it. But also we should celebrate where we have made progress, and we should acknowledge that and take note of that and try to replicate it. We should also be very specific. I would say generalizations, finger pointing is not going to take us very far. So the more specific we can be, the closer we are to actually having an impact on a construction worker, a plantation worker, a worker in a care home. Let's think about the real people out there whose jobs depend on actually going day after day to repay that debt, and what can we do to move that agenda forward. And then let's all leave this forum with something concrete that we can do and some collaboration that we can move forward because of the conversations that we're going to have here today. We shouldn't take this opportunity to be together in person for granted, so let's make the most of it. And let's make people at home jealous that they are not here. So now I would like to bring to the floor the wonderful Sumita, who's director of our journey. And then I'll come back to introduce the next panel. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to Malaysia, welcome to Kuala Lumpur, and welcome to the forum. I extend my appreciation to IHRB for giving stakeholders the opportunity to converge annually since 2017 with panel discussions dedicated to discussing on ethical recruitment, employer-based model, eradicating forced labor, and stakeholder collaborations. This year's theme, Building Resilience in an Era of Global Disruption, is very relevant to global migration. For employers, governments, civil society, trade unions, and other players, we withstand, adapt, and thrive through the disruption, depending on our interpretation of disruption and conflict. For migrants, they may not understand political turmoils, global economic uncertainties, wars, and conflicts, as they live in other forms of disruptions and conflicts throughout their lives: poverty, financial difficulties, unemployment, discrimination, abuse, and violations. Disruption for migrants means job losses, wage loss, hindered access to sending remittances home, delayed family unions. Why? Because in many conflict situations, migrants are pushed to the back of the line, often face marginalization and restricted access to safety, resources, and legal support. But we see migrants cope. They cope through peer support systems, community organizations, civil society, and grassroots initiatives, which cushion the impact. In reality, to navigate any conflict, we require host and origin countries and businesses to enable institutional protection, which provides dignity, human rights, and equal safety to all within their borders and workplace. I'm as excited as you are to hear from our panelists on the various topics lined up for these 2 days. So before I end, I would also like to invite you to enjoy the sights and sounds of Kuala Lumpur. And also you have come at the right time. This is the fruit season, and there's plenty of durian, which is going very, very cheap. So please enjoy your stay in Kuala Lumpur and in Malaysia. And I wish everyone a fruitful forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumita. And now it's my turn to introduce the next panel that is going to be moderated by Sarah. And I also wanted to share the news, which are official, have been official for a few months, but that Sarah is the new head of migration at IHRB. She joined us a year and a half ago as a manager for Gulf Sustain, our Gulf initiative, and has taken Gulf Sustain to wonderful places. And we're very, very excited to see where she's going to take the migrant workers program and our work on climate and migration, responsible recruitment, and the work in the Gulf. I'm very, very excited for all of you to see how capable, wonderful, diplomatic, knowledgeable, and very, very special Sarah is. And so do take a moment to welcome her. And I hope you enjoy the next session.
So hi again, everybody. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Sumita. It's a real privilege to be able to open the forum with this session on conflict that really goes to the heart of our theme today. And we really wanted to open the forum with conflict because it's really one of the hardest tests of responsible recruitment. It's one thing to talk about fair recruitment when everything is working, but it looks very differently on the ground when there's war, rising costs, disrupted travel, canceled contracts, and real threats on the ground. And since the war began in the Gulf and wider MENA region on February 28th, many of us have had to keep stopping and reassessing to think about what this means in practice. Prices have gone up, supplies have been delayed, insurance costs have increased, movement has become harder for many, and most importantly, people's safety have been put at risk. And in the Middle East and in many regions with large migrant workforces, it's often migrant workers who are closest to the danger. Building, delivering, driving, cleaning, caring, transporting goods, and keeping all of our essential services running. So they can't simply work from home or leave a country when things are unsafe. Many may not want to leave because options at home may not be any better. And so this is why recruitment debt matters so much in this context. If a worker has borrowed money to get a job, this type of crisis can quickly become a trap. But also when we're talking about conflict, we're not just talking about geopolitics or supply chains, we're talking about workers who may be directly in harm's way with limited information, limited protection, and very little control about what happens next. So the crux of our session today, the practical question we're really asking is, what does responsible recruitment actually mean when conditions are unstable? And so today we're joined by a wonderful panel. We'll look at what workers are experiencing, what is the data showing, who's most likely to be forgotten. We'll focus on the Gulf and the wider region, but we'll also look beyond this region because we see many of the same patterns appearing in many conflicts. So we're joined today to help us unpack this by Vani Saraswati from Mirrors, Salil Tripathi, our senior advisor at IHRB, who will join us online, Sumita Krishna from our journey, and Sophia Kagan from the ILO, who will also join us online. So I'd like to get us started with Sophia. Sophia should be here. Sorry? With the on-site? Oh, okay, no problem. All right. So we'll start with Vani. Vani, you have the closest ear, I would say, in terms of what workers are experiencing on the ground. And you know the type of complex decisions workers are making when conflict hits. And so what are workers actually telling you based on this? And what should companies know or be doing and thinking about?
Hi, thanks for having me, Sarah, and really good to meet a lot of old friends and some new faces. So what I want to start off with when it comes to the current crisis, the current war in the Gulf, is what workers are facing shouldn't come as a surprise, right? It's not crisis-driven. It's design-driven. And we need to ensure that that design structurally has to change for things to improve for workers. Because we saw only in the recent past how the COVID pandemic affected them. Within a few years, we had this crisis. So what we're seeing is very much part of the design, which reduces state and business responsibility and puts the onus on workers to protect themselves. So we had this whole thing on shelter in place, which is quite, I mean, it doesn't make sense for workers who do not have agency over where they live, how they live, where they can take refuge in times of crisis. So everything is dependent on their employer and the businesses that contract to their immediate employers. So as we know, the more vulnerable, the deeper in the subcontracting chain, the more vulnerable the workers are. One thing that kept coming up when we were talking to workers is the lack of crisis communication, that they were not being informed as adults within agencies on how to deal with this issue. So it was very much minute to minute, hour to hour on what they need to do. And it was what their immediate supervisor would decide in the moment, which brought in more fear. The lack of knowledge in times of crisis is a huge issue because then you're not making informed choices on how you want to go forward. And many workers who came on more recent contracts had recruitment debts. They had just come in, they were new to their jobs. Many, particularly in the facilities management and hospitality sector, were struggling around that, and they didn't want to go back home. And many of their employers had sent them back home without a proper termination. So they did not get even the end of service benefits due to them. And this is true for all workers who were sent back without termination, because the due process of providing entitlements before they go back home was not followed. They were just merely promised vocally that they would be brought back when things settle down. And most of them are still stranded. They haven't been able to come back. Those who refuse to go back have been rendered irregular in certain situations. And one other thing that we've been noticing is in a couple of the Gulf countries, large job contracts are given against a bond, a guarantee that origin state recruitment agents have to pay to HR consultants or recruiters in destination. And this warranty or this bond means the workers have to fulfill their contract period before it is dissolved. And if workers don't fulfill their contract period, then again, the burden of paying back part of that bond is on them. And these are things that haven't been really addressed during this current crisis. It wasn't addressed in the previous ones as well. We also heard from many workers, particularly the ones working in certain airports, the ones that were on government projects or very large public sector projects, that though the main client, the main business paid the contractors were not paying the clients. So clearly there was a lack of due diligence by businesses. Maybe they didn't expect this, that the contractors were not going to pay forward. And workers were sent back, even though the contractor had received their contracted fee. So the need for audit, the need for regular audit, regardless of a crisis, has been underlined. And I think what businesses really need to do is the deeper the subcontracting chain, in the subcontracting chain, the more due diligence is required. Currently, that's not the norm. So any boot on the ground for your project, you need to have them audited. And this has been something that the civil society has been pushing for, asking for, and we haven't seen that come through. And finally, I just wanted to mention on financial planning for subcontractors. We know that though it's against ethical norms, pay when pay principle is what is in practice across the Gulf. So if contractors are not paid, they're not going to pay their workers. So what kind of financial resilience is required for them to continue paying workers, at least for the first few months? And what does that look like? What should states do in terms of setting up an insurance for exactly these kind of situations? I think this is something else to consider.
Thank you, Vani. You've also, when we've talked about workers that are further down the chain. And so what are you seeing in terms of groups of workers that may be falling through the cracks, whether it's domestic workers? I know you've talked about workers in the hospitality sector. What are you hearing from those specific sectors that we may be missing?
Yeah. Since the last economic crisis and the blockade, if you look at the resource center surveys, in the hospitality sector particularly, most of the workers are now subcontracted. You have very small percentage who are direct hires. And these are the workers that have been affected because they've been asked to go on unpaid leave, many of them sent back home. Usually the Feb, March, April period is a good hospitality period, and this year more so because there was Ramadan and Eid coming up. So workers were brought in freshly to meet that season, and they were left stranded. And the other issue that we've seen is the platform workers, both in the transport sector, but also the delivery riders. They were in complete, they were in demand through this period. Businesses, households were dependent on these workers. And there was, the romanticization of this platform rider delivering food. I think this we need to question because there's just nothing romantic about someone being forced to be on the road when there were drone attacks and there were missiles being intercepted. But they had to do it because they're working on commissions. So what is the responsibility of the big brands that are using their services? Not just the companies that are providing logistics, but also the brands that are using the companies providing those logistics. These are international franchises. So we really need to see how they, what kind of oversight they need to have on these platform workers. And very quickly, and this, in any situation, the most vulnerable are the ones excluded from the labor law. And in this particular instance, we have domestic workers, agriculture, farming, and fishing. So the way the fishing sector looks in the Gulf is slightly different from Asia Pacific, where the seafarers look. And the fishing sector and the most, frequent fertile waters are off the Iran coast, and they haven't been able to fish. And the fishermen in the Gulf don't work on a salary; they work on a cut commission on their catch, and they've been left completely stranded. And then we have, of course, domestic workers. Entire families now working from home, schools being shifted to online, and the burden on domestic workers. We were hoping that when COVID came around and then there would be increased respect for care workers, something is going to change. There's going to be a seismic shift in how we see care work and domestic workers. That hasn't happened. We've had many instances where employers, when they got an opportunity, left the Gulf, but the domestic workers stayed behind. And they were, again, they didn't get enough communication from people, and they didn't know how to manage. And then, of course, keeping in mind that unlike other sectors, domestic workers are very dependent on local recruitment agents during the contract period and for their repatriation. And there were few governments, origin country governments, that really stepped in, the usual names that we know. but most of them were, either without a job or not being paid, and recruitment agents were also at a loss. Yes, they are exploitative, but in this particular situation, they were at a loss on what to do with the ones who are being returned. And that's a very common phrase that's used, in the Gulf when employers no longer need their services, they return the workers. So this is another thing that we've seen. And what businesses can do, particularly in the case of domestic workers, is when their executives, when their staff hire sponsored domestic workers, there has to be some education, some kind of outreach through their staff on how their domestic workers are treated.
Thank you, Vani. So while we wait for our online speakers, I'll move us to Sumita a little bit earlier. Sumita, you're going to give us more of a kind of forward-looking lens. You've done a lot of work with Nepali workers, with workers from Nepal and security companies in Malaysia. And we'd love to hear about what it takes to make the employer pays work in practice, and what could move that from a company or brand-driven initiative to something the industry could treat as a standard before the next crisis arrives.
Sure. In Malaysia, it's interesting that companies cannot hire a security guard directly. Even a local worker, they cannot hire a security guard directly. They must go through a security company. So the security company is the third-party contractor. So what we have seen is that these third-party contractors have always been outside the purview of due diligence requirements. And it's only very recent that we have seen brands taking the steps to include third-party contractors into their due diligence and purview. And third-party contractors means security guards, cleaners, landscapers, canteen operators. So, and for me, this is already a good step, a step forward for the employer pay model to work, because you're bringing in the visibly invisible workforce into the supply chain. But then we have a study with IOM, which is going to be published soon. And the study actually shows how vulnerable this sector is, how this third-party contractors sector is. And so we hope that this step that the brands are taking, the companies are taking, to ensure that even their third-party contractors are adhering to standards of employer pay model and human rights will be a better working environment for this group of people. For me, I think to make the shift to an industry standard, the governments need to step forward. The governments have not been stepping forward when it comes to the employer pay model. They have allowed the businesses to do what they need to do. But then the government needs to have an employer pay model principle within the national migration policy itself. Secondly, we don't have to have everything punitive in nature, meaning that non-compliance should not always be countered with penalties. And this is what our government does a lot, and governments in Asia. This may push companies to hide bad practices further. So perhaps a non-punitive measure, example, providing incentives, like tax incentives to companies or for transparency and good governance. This may also encourage companies to move towards an employer pay model. And finally, I think an effective employer pay model cannot be tackled without looking at the high cost involved. So companies need to take ownership of the recruitment process. Example, you shouldn't be relying too much on the recruiters itself. So you should negotiate your costs beforehand. You could choose your candidates yourselves, and also keep in touch with the migrants throughout their migration journey before they come into the country of destination. These are some of the measures that the industry can take to provide in guidelines for the employers and for companies to follow. We have seen a lot of good practices here also in Malaysia, where the companies have taken ownership of the recruitment process, and it yields good results. The employer pay model itself. So these are some measures.
Thank you, Sumita. I also want to turn our attention a little bit to women. So Vani touched upon, some of the workers that may be falling through the cracks, whether it's in domestic work, hospitality work. We see a lot of women in these sectors, who carry several layers, right? By being women, migrant workers in low-wage jobs. And Sumita, you've contributed to IHRB's guidance on respecting the rights of women migrant workers in recruitment. So when conflict hits, as Vani mentioned, women are more likely to be, to move through informal channels, pay higher fees, go through more intermediaries. So what does that tell companies about where their recruitment responsibility actually lies? And what is gender responsive recruitment? What does that look like in a context of conflict?
I've said this many times before. Women don't only migrate because of the usual reasons, poverty, unemployment. They also migrate because of patriarchal systems back home, domestic violence, and abuse. A lot of reasons why they migrate. So employers need to understand these vulnerabilities and also provide a system for them to cope with these vulnerabilities. One of the things that companies need to identify and understand is during conflicts, these vulnerabilities are heightened. So companies may need to work with women-led communities or even work with women-led NGOs in countries of origin and monitor responsible recruitment practices at grassroots level. And essentially to bypass the exploitative measures that they have in the country of origins and also in country of destination. Secondly, companies need to mitigate protection gaps. So with a gender-friendly grievance mechanism, safe housing, legal support for domestic disputes, and also provide a more caring environment. Example, even possibly a flexible working hour or even on-site childcare. Because women, somehow or rather, even in Malaysia, we have seen when we work a lot with a lot of women, even if they have their husbands here, or even they have their spouses here, or even their partners, somehow or other the child care falls on them exclusively. And so they have to manage working in Malaysia, including managing their children as well. So, and it becomes even worse when they are not able to go home due to many reasons, conflicts and uncertainty in their countries. So they are not only responsible for themselves, they're also responsible for their families. So this is why the employer needs to provide that conducive environment for them to manage those kinds of situations.
Thank you, Sumita. I'd like to, I think what you've both raised in terms of communication, taking ownership of the process and really knowing who's in your workforce, right? I think that's very important. And we'll touch on that again and again, I think, throughout the 2 days, because it doesn't just apply to conflict situations. We'll be looking at climate as well, disability, and really the importance of communication and knowing who's in your workforce and who you're recruiting. I just want to check and see if our online speakers may be joining us. But while we wait, I'd like to maybe go back to you, Vani, in terms of, if for companies in the room and watching us online, what's one change that they could make that would make the biggest difference to workers before a crisis hits?
I think having a system that's accessible for all workers, regardless of what their employment arrangement is, where they can raise grievances, something online, something that protects their identity. I think this is really important for workers to be able to raise what they're going through. And for companies not to do this as a tick box exercise, but to actively engage with this system, whatever you might want to call it, a whistleblower or a complaints mechanism. I think this is the primary one. And the second in the contract awarding process during tender to pay particular attention on what has been allocated for recruitment and for employers' costs, to have that breakdown. Because if there's a particular contractor that has allocated very low fees for this particular thing, then that's a red flag. Who's paying for recruitment if they haven't allocated a budget for it? I think these are two things that are really important to look into to avoid issues that come up later or to deal with issues when they do come up.
Thank you, Vani. And Sumita, from your perspective, if you're speaking to companies online and in the room, what do you think is one change they could make that would make the most difference to workers, that would have the most impact, positive impact, before they're faced with a crisis?
I think a lot of the companies treat workers as workers, and but they do not listen to the workers. And a lot of times we tell companies, you have to listen even when the workers are not talking. And we find a lot of the situations where companies, how do you say, do not consider the workers in their plans or their company's future, and so I think that is also one of the issues, that they don't feel that the workers are contributing significantly to the company. And so when a crisis happens, or in any form, a conflict, or even the company is facing some bankruptcy or whatever, any type of conflict, they don't have an action plan for the workers. So most of the times when we meet the workers, it's always that I do not know what the company is doing. The company is going through a crisis. The state is going through a crisis, but we don't have an action plan for us. So but they have an action plan for the local workers, but somehow or other they won't have an action plan for the migrant workers. And we have seen this in many companies where insolvency hits. Everybody has an action plan for this is what happens when the company goes in insolvency, and this is the action plan for local workers. Then blank, no plans for migrant workers. So I think this is also one of the situations where the company does not consider the migrant worker, because they think, okay, when there's a crisis, we just send the workers home, and that's the best solution for them. Yeah.
Thanks, Sumita. Vani, you wanted to add something?
Most of the big businesses that are operating in the Gulf are headquartered elsewhere. They're either based in Europe or the US, where they meet the standards of those regions, but they lower that when they come to the Gulf. And I think it's really important to not do that, for one, but also to have more regulations in place in countries where they're headquartered, to have some kind of a transnational oversight on wherever they operate. It's important for them to adhere to those standards. We know that's already the case in some of the countries, like in France as well, where we've seen litigations thanks to this. And another thing that companies that come into the Gulf need to do is map their presence in every way. So it's not just people who are working or working in their operations. If they are renting 3 floors in a big building, just keep in mind that that rental money that you're paying also goes towards maintenance and facilities management. And you have some level of obligation to look at how they are treating their workers. And so just mapping every way in which the money you're paying into to a contractor or to a rental facility, anything that you're spending is being, used ethically, and the standards that you have within your organization applies to those contractors as well.
Thank you, Vani and Sumita. I think another question that I had was, right now we know that there's some kind of memorandum happening right around the war with the US and Iran. We don't yet know where that's going to take us. And, the conflict is far from over. We know there's many repercussions that are yet to come, whether it's around food security, health and safety, mental health, not just in the Gulf, but also beyond, workers that have perhaps paid recruitment fees and are stuck in South Asia, not able to come to the Gulf. I mean, I think we're going to see repercussions for months and years to come. And I'm wondering if you've heard anything from some of the sending countries, whether it's in East Africa or Asia, around what we're hearing or seeing on the ground, and preparing for that, for companies to also be aware of these things.
I think one of the issues that we see is the rising cost of recruitment. So air flights are increasing. The services providers are also increasing their fees. So, and we have seen workers going back, but then unable to come back because they don't have the resource to come back, or they're being stuck in the country because they're not able to raise the additional resources they need to come into the country. And also we see a lot of companies stalling their recruitments because it's a cost for them to bring in the workers and to manage the workers. So it's a problem. It's a problem when migration happens and all these wars that happens. It happens in another country far away from us, but the effect is felt here. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think origin countries are actively trying to stop sending their citizens abroad because they are desperate for the remittance and for employment. We saw the height of the war in Gaza, one of the largest labor sending countries still sending their workers there. So I think we should really study the Gazan genocide as a petri dish for how worker exploitation continues regardless of what happens, and how businesses continue to profit from it as well.
Thank you both. So I hear that we have our online speakers who have joined us. And so we may not be able to see them on the screen. We apologize for that. But you will be able to hear them. So I will turn my attention to them. As a reminder, we have Sophia Kagan from the ILO, who is based in Asia, but has a lot of experience in the ILO Lebanon office. So knows the Middle East, MENA, and Asia region very well. And then Salil Tripathi, our senior advisor at HRB, who has a lot of experience with company responsibility in conflict and high-risk contexts. So Juan, can I start with the online speakers? Yes, Sophia and Salil, are you here? Can you hear me? Okay, we'll wait just a minute or two until they join us. So Vani and Sumita,
Recording in progress.
I apologize. Oh, I think they may be joining us.
Hi, Sarah. Can you hear us?
Yes. Hi, Sophia. So sorry about this. Thanks for your patience
think
and for joining us.
It's a bit lost again.
Hi, Salil. We can hear you. It wouldn't be entertaining or an opening session if this wasn't happening. This was all planned, just to keep you excited and awake for the rest of the day. Okay. Hi, good morning, Sophia and Salil. How are you?
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, sorry about this, and thank you so much for joining us. We have just over 15 minutes left, and we're trying to keep to time, but thank you for your patience. I'd like to turn to Sophia. Just so you know, we cannot see you on the screen, but we can hear you very well. So Sophia, you were going to give us a bit of the scene setting in terms of what's happening with the conflict, and looking at past lessons. And the ILO actually put out a report in May on how the Middle East crisis is hitting labor markets. And so we wanted to ask you, what's the data actually showing right now in terms of that? So we've heard of drops in deployment, in remittances, but what do all these numbers tell us about what migrant workers are experiencing right now? So we can see your slides and we'll let you take it from here. Thanks, Sophia.
Great. Thank you so much, Sarah. I can't see the slides, but if I could ask the technical team just to turn to the first. I'll present just 3 from the report. And the first impact is on migrant workers already in the Arab states. And we know that the labour market risks in the GCC have been immediate and substantial. And so based on a model designed by the ILO to capture the broader impact of the war in the region, there are various simulations based on the level of escalation, but the models seem to show that in the GCC, total hours worked could fall between 1.4 to over 11%, and employment could fall between 0.8% and more than 7%, depending on the level of escalation. But those are the figures overall. So I think it's important to also remember that the ILO's historical research shows that for every 1% decline in employment among nationals in times of crisis, employment among non-nationals falls by 4%. So we really are talking about very substantial impacts, even if this sort of shaky ceasefire continues to hold. And I think as Sunita mentioned earlier, when a crisis hits and employers shed staff, it's really migrant workers under the kafala system that have no buffer because their immigration status is tied to their employment. If they lose their job, they risk falling into irregularity almost immediately. They can't easily pivot to another employer. Generally, they can't access social protection on the same terms as nationals, and many also carry recruitment debts. So that really makes the prospect of losing work catastrophic, not just financially, but in terms of what it can trigger in terms of debt bondage, irregular status, and even exposure to forced labour or instances of trafficking. So that's, I think, the first impact to consider. The second is on workers who plan to migrate but cannot. And early evidence collated by the ILO also shows exceptionally sharp declines in migrant worker outflows to GCC countries. And if you could turn to the next slide, you can see some of the country level data from Nepal, which saw declines of 45 to 47% in outflows. Bangladesh and Pakistan recorded drops of 10 to 15%, and these figures are still coming in. I think if we turn to the next slide and the final slide, the Philippines really shows a particularly extreme example of a country that depends so much on migrant workers. The Philippine migrant deployments to the Gulf fell by a staggering 78% year on year in March 2026. So that's already several months ago. And the highest drops were recorded to Qatar, Bahrain, and Kuwait. Of course, there's also the impact on remittances, and I'm sure that other speakers will go on to talk about what the real impact of a drop in remittances actually is. It's not just money in a conceptual sense, but school fees, medical costs, housing loans, and obviously the recruitment fees that many workers borrowed to get the job in the first place. So, you know, the most concerning thing about the drop in remittances is that it doesn't just reduce household income, that it forces families precisely into the kind of distress migration that then drives irregular movement and exploitation into the next migration cycle. So in the Philippines, the data shows that close to 5,000 Filipino workers were repatriated from the Gulf between just the months of March and April this year. And remittances fell from 3 billion to 2.8 billion in just 1 month. So that's a very significant drop in such a short period of time. But at the same time, the inflation accelerated to 7.2% in April from 1.4% a year earlier. So you can see that households are being squeezed from both ends, both a drop in remittances, a rising cost of living, and obviously particularly concerning, especially for those workers that borrowed to fund their recruitment in the first place.
Thank you, Sophia. And I wanted to ask you one more question. So this isn't the first crisis that migrant workers have been through. We've been through COVID. I mean, it's been a few years, but COVID did hit a lot of these same corridors, and we saw a lot of similar patterns. So what did we learn from that? And from what you saw then, were companies actually prepared, or did COVID expose some of the same gaps that we're seeing today with this conflict?
So look, I'd love to say that we learnt a lot of valuable lessons and built back better. And I think in some respects, perhaps that's true. But I think, as you said, and Vani and Sunita also highlighted, that unfortunately this crisis has really exposed and amplified the pre-existing vulnerabilities that existed during COVID and still continue to this day. I think that I was based in the Middle East when during the COVID pandemic, and during that crisis, we saw many migrant workers having their employment abruptly suspended or terminated. We saw employers legally permitted to cut the wages and hours of their migrant workers, but not nationals, ostensibly with the workers' agreement. But you can imagine many didn't have much of a choice. And many were excluded from COVID-related social security packages that were available to nationals. So, unfortunately, we see many of the same issues arising in the context of the current crisis. We see that enforcement and compliance within the wage protection system and end of service indemnity regimes are not adequately equipped to deal with a crisis. And that's particularly the case for workers in small businesses or, as Sunita mentioned, sort of subcontracted through third-party providers. The absence of unemployment insurance schemes for migrant workers that are generally absent. All of this really puts pressure on the grassroots sort of community workers and civil society organizations, migrant associations, that then come under severe strain to provide support where no support exists through the employer or through the government authorities. And I think that's really also linked to limited access to grievance mechanisms as well. Vani pointed to this as one of the key things that companies need to do. And indeed, governments also need to prioritize the accessibility, both countries of origin and destination governments, the accessibility of access to justice mechanisms, complaints, hotlines, and really sort of addressing the digital divide as well that is now creating a lot of challenges for workers being able to raise complaints. I mean, it's important to acknowledge that there have been some emergency measures that have been introduced by governments, but these have largely focused on sort of worker mobility and reducing the risk of workers falling into irregular status, so kind of waivers for workers whose permits had ended. My colleague and I did a study of similar measures that were implemented during COVID-19, and our conclusion was that often the focus was very much on kind of particularly allowing workers to change employers was largely for the benefit of employers in order to allow them business continuity to quickly recruit workers that were already in country that were being let go by another company, but not necessarily sort of, broad-based measures that were protecting workers' rights. And I think that to your point, Sarah, COVID-19 and the current crisis have exposed how ill-prepared many companies are to dealing with a situation where a large number of workers are being let go or being stranded or not able to return home. I think in what we found during COVID-19 was that many had simply not factored paying end-of-service indemnities to a large group of workers, some who had accumulated substantial benefits after years with the companies. So at the same time as the companies were facing a liquidity crisis, cash flow problems, they were also required to pay out both the owed wages and benefits end of service indemnity of workers that they were letting go. And so, many simply didn't have the reserves to do that, had not really planned for that, did not have a scenario in which they were going to be able to meaningfully repatriate workers with their wages in hand. And so workers were left in limbo. They didn't know whether to stay and wait for their entitlements, but with no work and nothing to sustain themselves, or leave and hope that the company would find them and give them their owed benefits. And I think this was obviously particularly the case, particularly concerning for workers who had borrowed to pay recruitment fees. Who found themselves in situations of debt. So, I mean, it's obviously, an important reminder that companies really do need to be better prepared for this crisis and the next. They need to be asking, what systems does my company have to ensure that we have the cash flow to pay workers quickly their full entitlements, wages and benefits, and they can responsibly facilitate their departure if that's what the worker chooses. Is there a fair process to compensate workers who cannot be deployed, who were recruited but cannot be deployed due to a crisis? And and really double down on the vigilance of ensuring that workers do not pay for their recruitment, and if they do, that they are quickly compensated. So I think, just in 1 minute, if I could just draw your attention to the Fair Recruitment Initiative Strategy 2026 to 2030 that the ILO has recently launched. Because I think that this is the phase of the strategy that is now really turning to implementation and enforcement. And I think that is a good opportunity also to mention that the strategy is intended to be a practical tool, something that is really accessible to companies as well as to governments and trade unions and employers' organizations. The International Training Centre of the ILO is running a blended course later this year in September to October with a residential week in Turin. And it's really designed to support companies to incorporate fair recruitment principles into their processes and supply chains. There's also an online course that also provides some useful frameworks for companies to ensure that their practices are really grounded in the ILO's general principles and operational guidelines and the strategy. So I just wanted to end on a more positive note that whilst I think that there's still much to learn from both the COVID-19 pandemic and the current crisis, I think there is really increasing momentum on taking stock of what has gone wrong, and hopefully this time around the lessons will stick.
Thank you, Sophia. So, Salil, we'd like to turn our attention to you to close us off in a way. We have a little bit less time, but as I mentioned to the audience earlier, you've spent many years working with companies across conflict-affected environments. So this isn't the first time that you're seeing a crisis expose some of the gaps that companies may commit to and what actually takes place for the worker in practice. So what does that tell us? And what does that pattern tell us? And what would you be saying to companies who are recruiting across multiple corridors right now and corridors affected by conflict?
Yeah, so the first thing that we need to recognize is the fact that the company's responsibility does not stop when there's an armed conflict, because the international human rights law, both humanitarian law, provides both protection to the company as well as protection to the civilians. And the company, therefore, can benefit from that. One of the challenges that companies have is, of course, that they're operating in a situation where they have people recruited from other parts of the world and who are technically the responsibility of the country which is facing the conflict, because the responsibility of protecting civilians primarily rests with the state. And that doesn't happen because the state is often in a very precarious situation and it has many priorities, including its own citizens. So the first obligation that companies have is to make sure that they know who their workers are, where they are, the identification, particularly when they're in construction, oil and gas, or hospitality. Then there's a stay or go dilemma. And that stay or go dilemma becomes very critical, because if they choose to stay, that's fine. But then they have to ensure that their actions do not expose them to complicity. I mean, if you're building something, who are you building it for? That becomes crucial. And if they choose to leave, then they do have responsibility that whoever they've brought in needs to be taken out. And that's very critical to know, because this is something that ICRC has it as a standard operating procedure, that anybody who brings somebody into a country, the obligation rests to take them out. Now, you could argue, as some international law specialists will tell you, that that's responsibilities of that embassy. But when you're talking about countries with scarce resources, Nepal, Bangladesh, many of these countries, which are the exporting countries, they often do not have the resources to handle that. So companies definitely have to think far more deeply about what their responsibilities are. Now, there are some good examples, and I wanted to focus on two. One is the Daewoo example from Libya, which is very instructive. This is a Korean company that was in Libya, which was building a pipeline, and the workers were from Thailand. And Libya, of course, blew up when Gaddafi's government fell. This is a 10, 15-year-old story. But basically, the Daewoo company worked very closely with the Thai government to ensure that the workers were brought to safety and some kind of a safe setting. They could be brought to ICRC. The IOM can help in this regard as well. If we go a little bit further back to the Niger Delta in the 1990s, Chevron's decision to evacuate not just its own staff, but surrounding community members in a moment of acute violence in a place called Wari in the Delta, where I've done some research in the past, showed that the fence line of responsibility can be pushed outward and be a genuine humanitarian act. And a more recent example is 2023 in Sudan, where some international companies with operations around Khartoum were caught completely unprepared, but some UN contractors were very well prepared to take on this whole issue. So where does this responsibility stop in practice? Honestly, it's technically it is when the contract ends. But the biggest problem is as we know from the COVID example that have been cited, that when the contracts have ended and payments are going to be stopped after that, who is to bear the cost of even the repatriation? That becomes a very crucial issue. And very often the worker has to bear it. So not only is in the debt that he has paid or she has paid to get the job, but also has to somehow look after their own safety. And we should also bear in mind that sometimes the place they want to go back to could be even more unsafe. And they might be safer actually in the conflict zone, in the campus of the company where they're working. So I think there is a great need to look at the lived experience of the worker and look at the audit-based mechanisms that are there. Otherwise, there is no responsibility, and without responsibility, there is no remedy.
Thank you, Salil. And I think that's a great way to end. You know, migrant workers are not a monolithic group and won't all make the same call in times of conflict. Some may want to stay in the country that they've migrated to because it's safer and better than conditions back home, like you said. So I think, like you said, knowledge and what we've said today, knowledge, communication is extremely important. I'm going to have to close here.
I'll just add one final thing, Sarah, just one.
Yes.
It'll be a sentence that the evacuation cost should never fall on the worker, because if you do that, then the company is transferring its risks and costs to the most vulnerable and most indebted person in the chain.
Yes, thank you. So I would like to thank our lovely panelists, our audience, online audience. Thank you so much, Sumita, Vani, Sophia, and Salil for joining us today. And I'll welcome our next round of panelists. So thank you, everybody. Right on time. We're trying to say right on time. We'll welcome our next round of panelists who will be talking about implementing the employer pays principle in Malaysia's National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights.
I think if we can have our speakers just come to the stage while I read out. Do we have our speakers?
While we wait for our speakers, I would like to remind everyone how we're taking Q&As. So at the opening slide, there was a line of instructions regarding how we're taking Q&As for each session. The thing is, we received more than 1,000 subscribers to attend online, who we are hoping to be able to connect around the world and watch the live stream. So to be able to include them, we are taking all questions online. The easiest thing is for you to please go to IHRB's LinkedIn profile, and then you can drop your question on the chat. Just as a slight reminder, I mean, not reminder, but what we have just experienced in the first session were a bit of technical problems, the way we're used to with the hybrid events. Our team is working right now on correcting them. So please, for this session, drop your questions on IHRB's LinkedIn live stream. We'll be collecting them and presenting them at the end of the panel. Thank you.
So I think while we're waiting for Melissa, we have two Melissas with us today. Let me just, welcome our speakers and maybe just go through your bios for a couple of minutes. So we have with us, maybe I'll start with Akash. Akash is a human rights practitioner and policy leader with nearly 2 decades of experience spanning grassroots engagement, international organizations, and corporate human rights strategy. He is currently the principal EMEA policy lead for Amazon's Human Rights and Social Impact team, where he leads efforts to translate human rights policies into practice across high-risk sectors and complex labor environments. He brings deep expertise in forced labor, ethical recruitment, and migrant worker protection with experience across migration corridors connecting the Middle East, Asia, Africa, and Europe. We also have with us Melissa Chin, who has close to 20 years of experience working on issues related to natural resource management, climate change, and business and human rights. She currently leads the Responsible Sourcing Unit for Pro-Forest Southeast Asia and supports multinational companies in the development and implementation of responsible production and sourcing strategies, including human rights and environmental due diligence. And finally, we also have Melissa Ahir, who is currently commissioner at the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia and has 19 years of experience in access to justice and human rights. I think while a lot of Melissa's work is grounded in evidence-based advocacy, focusing on intersections between gender and children's rights, Melissa collaborates with public interest lawyers, human rights institutions, and youth leaders to strengthen protection and accountability for children, but also for vulnerable groups. Welcome to all speakers. So I'll just quickly start with a session description, but I don't want to spend too much time and leave a lot more time for all of you to speak. But Malaysia's National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights for the next 5 years has created an important entry point for moving responsible recruitment from principle to implementation. So the inclusion of the employer's pays principle signals a clear policy commitment to address some of these really stubborn issues related to recruitment and sort of systemic exploitation, while also strengthening labor migration governance as a whole. So the key question now is really what comes next. And so with me, we'll sort of get speakers here to navigate some of these questions for us. So let me start with Melissa on the other end. So migrant workers in Malaysia continue to experience severe burdens related to recruitment fees. So for example, we all have heard this very familiar story of Bangladeshi workers in Malaysia paying an estimated 20,000 ringgit, which is about $5,000 in fees. Could you start us off by sharing how workers end up paying these astronomical fees to get a job here in Malaysia?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Moderator and the organizers for having SUHAKAM, which is the National Human Rights Commission, as mentioned. If I can quickly introduce our work within the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights is we are in the working group, but there's 2 layers for the monitoring of human rights. So I lead on gender as well as business and human rights, but we look at the first layer would be all the laws and agencies that apply in Malaysia, the courts and all of the legal systems or informal systems. And SUHAKAM monitors this in terms of human rights principles. So coming to your question, for our role as a statutory body reporting to Parliament on business and human rights, we conduct consultations. And consultations, we're trying to move away from just looking at it as vulnerable groups. Instead, we're looking at workers as rights holders with full rights and are supposed to access justice and remedies. So for the consultations that we have and the amount that was said, we consulted with a few sectors before, plantations, manufacturing sector, construction sector, and medical supply sectors. We also had a zonal approach. So if you can imagine, I don't have the infographics now, imagine an infographic of the map of Malaysia. We did zonal approaches in Penang, which is up north of the peninsula, in Johor, which is the south, and also East Malaysia in both Borneo State, Sabah and Sarawak. And within there, we heard about a complex chain of actors. It's not just one person or party, but starting from, let's say, sourcing from their village levels or intermediaries, documentation, etc. And when we ask, most workers do not even know what they are paying for. And the answers are mixed. There's a lot of mention of legislative administrative costs or intermediaries, but a lot of rights holders and workers are reluctant actually to disclose to us the amount. However, the ones that do, especially from Nepal and Bangladesh, informed us confidentially, they were very scared of the repercussions. Starting from 18,000, you mentioned 20,000, they were 22,000 ringgit. The most that we have heard even exceeded 50,000 ringgit. So for all of these, the workers had to take out a lot of debt bondage, loans, sell their family assets, mortgage their property, and borrow from really dangerous informal lenders. So this is the struggle where Malaysia and Suhakam are trying to work with other countries, especially in Southeast Asia. So this year, Suhakam or Malaysia is hosting other national human rights commissions in Southeast Asia. We're in this federation together called CNF. So within this hosting and this July, we are going to ask all the Southeast Asian countries, can we find out from the start of the recruitment process to the arrival country of where the work process is? And within the complaints that we receive, it's always mixed with other issues. Working hours, conditions during work, passport retention, especially for domestic workers, for which Suhakam have consulted. There's many of you in here, and we would like to continue within the range of work, including looking at CEDAW and CEDAW principles and elements regarding exploitative situations faced by women workers. So for all of this, do you want to hear about some numbers that Suhakam has? We gave you some on the amount of bondage, right, just now. But from 2020 to 2026, there's 79 cases that are completed, meaning they had to navigate all of the processes, which is tedious and lengthy, but 79 cases of rights holders are completed, but 29 are still in investigation. However, we see overall that this is responsible recruitment is not just a technical issue, it's a human rights issue, because everywhere we see exploitative cases involving their dignity, their freedom of movement, their access to justice especially. I'll go more into that with CEDAW, if that answers the question, please. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Mel. I think having that statistic is really useful. So you mentioned 79 cases have been completed. What portion of that includes sort of issues related to recruitment fees? I know you've mentioned that they're sort of lumped together, sort of multiple intersecting reasons, but if you have a number for the portion, that would be great. But also, how has Suhakam addressed some of these complaints?
That's a bit more of a nuance and layered because within our questioning in a rights holder sensitized manner, they don't see the issues in isolation. They see it together. So it's harder to have a hard number, but sometimes they don't even identify it as irresponsible recruitment, that it wasn't, there was zero fees on them and then paid for by the employer. That didn't happen for them, things like that. That wasn't processed. So within the range of work for Suhakam as a Human Rights Commission, we would like to work more closely with workers and with unions to have this capacity to have a checklist that they know that this is happening, and therefore we can tackle the issue in a more focused manner. So I'm unable to give you the direct percentage because, to be fair, within Suhakam, our human rights education with workers have to move more before we can have these numbers. Whether that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Melissa. So maybe over to you, Akash. We argue that these deficits in the recruitment system, particularly in Malaysia and maybe in other countries, sort of makes this a governance issue. What are the main challenges brands and suppliers face in applying the employer pays principle across complex supply chains? But also, what role does meaningful regulation play, especially in the context of workers' countries of origin?
Great. Thanks very much, Johanna, and thanks for having me. And great to see lots of familiar faces around here. Um, I think it's an important question, right? Like, I think if in the beginning, in the opening plenary, it was talked about how you had the concept of employer pays, which was not really accepted over 10 years, but now a lot of brands are talking about it, which is great. But over those 10 years, like, what has substantially changed, right? Like, there are lots of intrinsic challenges in making those policy principles a reality for workers that need it the most. So what are some of those challenges and how can we navigate that? So for instance, and most folks in the room are aware of this, there is a lot of convincing that needs to happen across the supplier base. The various tiers within the contracting chain are used to their overseas agencies. They've worked with them for decades. Sometimes these are relationships they've had father to son or mother to daughter who've been having and owning those businesses, right? And now you're stepping in and telling them, do not use them, use this new agency who are ethical and do not charge workers any fees. So changing those mindsets, shifting relationships that they may have had for years is a substantial move that we're asking across the supply chain to happen. So, and that's takes a significant amount of time and investment, and it's not just about we will have a goal by end of X year to hire workers without paying any fees. It practically does not work that way. If you also look at, I think there's a recent IOM report that talks about the whole decade of how responsible recruitment has actually worked or where it has faltered. I think one of the big lessons that we can all pay closer attention to is how points in time engagement do not work. Sure, you can have a training, you can bring folks together once or twice, but how does that really lead to long-term, substantive, transformative change for vulnerable workers who need that the most? And that's not just about we want to engage at this point in time, but how do you build a 5 or a 10-year long vision? And what are the steps that we take today that help us get there at that point in time? Secondly, I think the point on direct versus subcontracting workers within your supply chain is very important to pay close attention to. I think traditionally brands tend to engage with their direct employees, which is understandable, but that's also not where the bulk of your human rights risk are. It's within the less visible subcontracting tier 1, tier 2, and further down that we need to pay more attention to. It becomes even more complex when there's so much fragmentation in the accountability and responsibility of making this happen. It's not just brands, it's not just employers or suppliers, it's recruitment agents, it's governments of countries of origin and destination, it's various audit firms that may be involved, it's the human rights groups, it may be the embassies that may have to step in from time to time. It's a lot of fragmentation in accountability depending on what point of the migration journey that worker is on. So how do you bring all of this together is also a challenge, right? I think on your question on the regulation, right? I think it's important. There are lots of regulatory requirements in key countries of origin that mandate that workers do not pay any fees, or if they do, some countries have capped what those amounts are, and then it becomes a challenge where in the destination countries or for brands, it's very clear workers do not pay. But then different governments may have different requirements, and that becomes in itself a substantive challenge to navigate. If you take a step back, right, I think there is also a race to the bottom if you look at this macroeconomically, geopolitically between countries of origin, where if you have a country in Asia that may have more regulations step in, rightfully to protect their citizens, you may have another country take its place, right? And then it's this conveyor belt of regulations that come in. And when you have a lot of regulation, it doesn't necessarily solve the problem because workers will still want economic stability and be able to make their own choices. It rather pushes these issues irregular, underground, becomes undocumented, becomes a lot harder to understand and pay attention to. So regulation is important, but how you do that smartly in a balanced way where you can protect your citizens, but also guard against making this undocumented or pushing it underground is important as well.
Thanks so much, Akash. I think you mentioned the race to the bottom, and that really sort of defines almost how labor migration works in Asia, particularly in ASEAN and beyond. And I'm sort of wondering, what are the role of MOUs, for example, right? These in itself can be, in the process of MOUs can be disruptive. So 1 year you have, or will allow X amount of workers to come in, capped at, a few thousand, and then by next year we're not allowing anyone to come in anymore. Obviously, that has such a big impact on supply chains. Do you have any thoughts on MOUs?
I mean, ultimately, like it's governments that can only governments are able to implement public policy initiatives, legislate laws, requirements, and make sure that those are implemented, right? So I think MOUs, BLAs, bilateral agreements, whatever the appropriate term is, are a critical governance document that helps regularize and stabilize how responsible recruitment can look between countries of origin and destination. But we also need to make sure that businesses and private sectors and other partners play their role in making that happen. To my earlier point, the fragmented accountability. How do the various partners step in at the appropriate point and are able to help partner with the responsible recruitment platforms that governments are trying to abide by? So businesses and the private sector have a critical role to play there in making that happen.
Thank you so much. I think it really talks to how there should be more collaborative efforts rather than just having sort of consultations, maybe. Let's move on to Melissa Chin. So the NAP-B+HR, which was launched last year, makes a specific reference to the employer pays principle and the need to identify the gaps in sort of implementing a zero-cost policy for Malaysia. And this complements, a lot of the work that's been done under the National Action Plan on Forced Labour as well. What are the main implementation gaps that you still see between a company's commitment to responsible recruitment and what actually happens at the supplier and recruitment agency level?
I think with what some of the speakers have already alluded to, I mean, there's a lot of challenges, especially when you think about how you're going to cascade these requirements past your T1s, closer to the upstream, where, a lot of this risk lies. And over the years also, we have seen that, companies have, first, it all started with awareness raising. There's a lot of capacity building workshops with suppliers, etc. But, you have to move beyond the training. After you have done the training, so what? What is the action on the ground? What is the actual kind of like impacts on the ground? So I think now the difficulty really is how then, would buyers then kind of cascade down these due diligence requirements, which, they are feeling the heat from, from the countries that they operate, where there are now legislations for mandatory human rights due diligence. How are they going to cascade it down to their suppliers, and also, ensuring that, they are being implemented and, the risk is adequately kind of like taken care of. So I think now also the issue is about creating meaningful partnerships with your suppliers. How do you bring your suppliers alongside that journey, right? Because you don't want it to create like, oh, this is a requirement, I have to comply, that's separate from, the business. But really, in terms of integration and then building the business case for your suppliers, hey, if you do this, this is good for your business and this is how you can benefit from it. And it's not just because, you're sending your products to one buyer, but then also because it is going to be a norm. And then this also kind of benefits how you're going to market yourself to other markets as well. And I guess also, is thinking about leverage and creating a carrot and stick approach. So not just saying to, the suppliers, this is what you have to do, but then also think about, the kind of technical and financial assistance that you can give. Because responsible recruitment, as has been highlighted in the earlier session as well, is expensive, it's an investment, increases the cost. And then, how can you look at, kind of like sharing, create some sort of shared responsibility over that cost? What kind of assistance as a buyer or even other stakeholders in the value chain? How then can you support this? with your suppliers. So it's not just about saying you're doing all of these things wrong, but then also thinking about ways, how can I help you improve in a way that's meaningful. And then also, I guess there's the issue of recruitment agencies. So I think more and more now in the what companies are looking for, when they check, is that there should be some sort of screening process, some sort of due diligence process for recruitment agencies, that you are only kind of like working with ethical agencies. But I think, just beyond the screening process, also you need to kind of also look at what are the business models in place. As Melissa has also highlighted, it's increasingly complex. There are a lot of sub-agents, intermediary, hidden costs, etc. So what is the business model that is being employed? And then what is the relationship between the employer and the recruitment agencies, that they're using, that you want to also avoid a business model where maybe you are squeezing the recruitment agency. If the recruitment agency has problems or is in a kind of transactional contract where, their cash flows are restricted, right? There isn't, and maybe there's unfair payment terms, or payment terms are not really working well for them, that it becomes expensive, or maybe, not even practical for them to recruit ethically, they're going to pass on this cost to the workers. So I think there needs, while we can say that yes, recruitment agencies are part of the problem, but they also should be looked at as being part of the solution. So, there needs to be some sort of engagement about how do you bring the recruitment agencies on board, that you create an environment where ethical recruitment agencies can thrive, and then you're slowly pushing out the bad players from the system, rather than saying, no, you're part of the problem. Let's create a business environment where, recruitment agencies are not needed, because that's not really practical.
Thanks so much, Melissa. I think that's a really interesting idea, talking about sort of building recruitment agencies up for success. And so that might have sort of trickle-down effects and impacts on the cost of recruitment. Yeah, very interesting. Over to Melissa Akhir again. So one of the key elements of promoting fair and effective recruitment is the presence of access to remedy measures. Could you share what good practice looks like when violations have occurred, and provide some recent examples of how this was particularly achieved in Malaysia?
Thank you so much. And I also have to start off with where we have a coherent national framework for responsible recruitment first. If we don't have that, then the access to justice and effective remedies become even harder, right? So first, if there's nothing else that's taken away, if we can have things within the National Action Plan, and business and human rights is one, but in substance, in structures, and in cultures. So the human rights cultures. So within there, if we can have a measurement of how good practices would be, it's not maybe focusing, again, like what I said, to the rights holder, to the workers themselves, and whether they can come to Malaysia, there's no existing debt, and their lived realities is that they're not trapped, they have the full freedom to work in a dignified manner. So that should be the measurement of a good practice. And then moving on remedies, from Suhakam, we think effective remedies following international human rights standards as well should be available, accessible, affordable, and all the UNGP standards. But within there, there's some that have been pointed out in concluding observations. These are report cards on the status of human rights in Malaysia. So I'll quote one from CEDAW on discrimination against women. So there's a general recommendation number 33 on access to justice. And within there, it says that justice is not achieved simply by having complaint mechanisms or grievance mechanism. Instead, what I mentioned just now, on in the laws itself, in the systems that are built, and in the culture and attitudes and practices, right? So from there, for women, the CEDAW committee in Geneva had pointed out to Malaysia that we're supposed to address the power imbalances in the outcomes. So when we look at the workers' lived realities, I will pick up once again the domestic workers, and to which Malaysia or with Suhakam, and credit to the civil society who are trying to build the Domestic Workers Act that addresses these effective remedies. So when we have accessible, available, good quality, accountable, with all the support services that they need from the outset, then it means that the remedies may match their realities. R&R, remedies must match their realities. Instead of saying, you come to us, you have to navigate the formal complaint systems, including our courts. Malaysian courts are still not the most accessible for everyone. What about the languages on what they go through? Is it confidential? And as I mentioned before, the fear of worsening the situation, the fear of backlash. So this must be part of the remedy. So it's not just you get paid back the amount that you paid out. That's not it. The treatment themselves, how the criteria of human dignity has been served. So another one point, if we have the checklist, is effective remediation when there's violations. And that means also everything else on repayment, on compensation, restoration of their full rights must also be within the experience. So I'll just take one. On legal aid. So Malaysia has just gazetted a law on legal aid and Public Defenders Act. However, within this legal aid act, nowhere does it say there's options to support persons who are already facing difficulties and maybe fall below the poverty line who are not Malaysians. So that's already a gap in the law. And as the chair on law and policy in Suhakam, this is one of the things that we need to read together. Sometimes we think of labor laws as a separate part, but no, it has to apply with the overall, the second pillar of what I said, the structures. Is it built? And what's on paper in substance? I'll finish soon. But there have been encouraging examples of remediation. Some of you may have heard of social compliance audits and worker interviews. So some of the things have worked well with several countries of origin. So I'll say this again. As a National Human Rights Commission in Southeast Asia, we have had good collaborations with several Southeast Asian National Human Rights Commissions. So they're coming to Malaysia in July and in November, and we will try and do further effective remediation through their support with certain embassies who have been supporting their workers well. Yeah, there have been agreements in the form of live realities. So again, within the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, we want all the aspects of grievance mechanisms and remedies to apply with social protections in a holistic manner. And also, when we say zero costs, employer pays principle, when Suhakam speaks to companies, some have pled ignorance on what happens in the country of origin. So this is no longer good enough. After this, there must be a know and show. You have to know and you have to show, right? Because you are getting the profits. So within this, Suhakam is happy to work together on how to know and how to show these aspects. And coming back to the broader ecosystem approach to remedy, how to navigate Malaysian laws, we have some of the technical expertise on that. And to tie it up, we are now submitting 2 reports to the Universal Periodic Review. So we encourage, if there's other countries here, please provide recommendations to Malaysia on these parts. And Suhakam may likely submit our own voluntary report in December. That's Universal Periodic Review on overall UNGP standards. 2, for CEDAW, I mentioned again, there are 4 areas that the CEDAW committee has asked Malaysia to report back. Deadline was last month. I've heard that it hasn't been submitted. But for civil society, we are happy to support you in providing your own report on the area of international protection. That is one of the 4 areas. International protection across borders for especially women and girls. Last point, we also have another report card on forced labor. On the Convention on the Rights of the Child, it came out in February this year, the specific recommendations. So we're not starting from zero. There's many parts on recruitment and exploitation that we need to focus, but some have moved forward on effective remedies. Thank you.
Yeah, Fantastic. Like, really glad to hear Suhakam's really busy, I suppose, in that sense. But if I could just sort of summarize that, I think it's really sort of this question to companies, to investigate whether your formal complaint systems align with your lived realities of workers, but also include intersectionalities. Sort of a word we've been hearing quite a lot. So over again to Akash. So we want to hear more about what happens in Amazon. So given your experience, what does implementing the EPP require from an operational standpoint? And how does your company ensure that vulnerabilities in the recruitment system are constrained, particularly when it comes to managing and safeguarding sort of the end-to-end processes of recruitment?
Great, thanks. I think I think there's a philosophical element here a little bit, right? How do you translate policy to reach a worker in the remotest parts of a village far before they've even entered your supply chain, right? Like, how do you build the mechanisms to make that happen? And how do you as an organization get comfortable with the fact that your policies and decisions are the furthest away from your immediate remit of control, but that's what's required to make this work responsibly? Those are some of the bits and bobs that you need to navigate to make that happen, right? So I think if I had to focus on one of the big things, right, it's get into the detail, right? It's being involved at least right from the beginning in partnering and understanding what the challenges are from the recruitment agency's perspective. How do you get into and understand how these jobs are being communicated out to workers? How they made aware that who the actual employer is, what the terms of employment are, how do you ensure that they understand the terms of work, and how are all those choices being made by workers transparently? They need to have full understanding of what it is that they're signing up for, and that's, I think, a key part here. Melissa addressed this already earlier about how recruitment agencies need to be part of the solution, right? We can't keep constantly hammering on them, expecting them to change when the ecosystem itself enables that behavior where workers are charged, right? And one of the things that we've been talking about is changing the language, right? There is a very common perception about how ethical recruitment costs more, but we've been saying that this is the true cost of recruitment, because all this while, workers, when they had to pay, they were subsidizing the cost that should have been borne by employees in the first place. So while you've been getting a discount, now you're paying the actual price. Of course, it can appear as a higher cost, but that language is important, right? I think how you frame it, how you challenge assumptions is important, how you navigate this. I think separately, looking at how there are lots of other companies, there's lots of other organizations, civil society groups who are working on the same issue. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. Where appropriate, how can we bring together the right forums for partners working on the same topics to get together to do this in a more coordinated fashion? I think in the grand scheme of things, a really good vision or something to work towards would be, I think when I'm speaking with agencies or recruitment ethical agencies, the challenges they face is, oh, there's only one company that wants to hire from us because everybody else wants to hire, from people they've been used to. But imagine a world where there's all these like 10 or 15, you don't need every single brand, 10 or 15 brands who really care about these issues get together and they're able to pool resources and you're able to help support and grow the ecosystem of ethical recruitment agencies on scale, right? I think building that vision into your plans today help enable that protections down the line to make actually work. I think finally that to make this work operationally, let's not limit these conversations only to the sustainability or the human rights or whatever relevant private sector team, but this is a cross-functional thing, right? It's not just about the business team, but the human rights team, but also how are the procurement teams involved? How is finance involved? How are the operations team involved? How are people who are not looking at through their business functions, not necessarily looking at human rights, but how do you educate and bring them along with you on that journey, right? Because that transforms how you do this on scale as well. So I think sharing that load and doing this collaboratively across various teams actually make this a lot more long-term successful.
Yep, that makes sense. I think sort of a shared collaborative effort across, I think sectorally that works better as well in terms of sort of industry-wide, sector-wide. Thanks, Akash. Melissa, so recently I think it's been quite an sort of interesting, I think, chatter with the NEP B+HR. One of the key things that the government wanted to do was set up this non-government, semi-independent and multi-stakeholder group that monitors the implementation of the NEP B+HR. And so you are a member of this committee, but I sort of generally wanted to ask you a question on what would effective monitoring of responsible recruitment need to look like? And what are some indicators, evidence, or stakeholder inputs would help to ensure that progress is not only reported at the surface level, but is really meaningful for migrant workers? And does that translate all the way to migrant workers?
So I think monitoring and evaluation, that's the difficult thing, right? So what would you consider as impact? And I think now, companies are also slowly growing their competencies and capacity in terms of how they monitor, what they monitor, and how can they do this in a more resource efficient way. So definitely, I think the post-arrival interviews and then, engaging with workers, whether you're an employer or a CSO, definitely will give you a lot of information. But I think we need to see there needs to be more than just passive participation of workers. So not just as an information resource. Okay, so I do an assessment, I go and interview the workers, and then this is the information that I got, and then I pass it on to management. Management comes up with a corrective action plan. We need to start building systems, and I think that's where CSOs and also trade unions working on these issues have a role to play, where workers are also part of the stakeholder group that gets to design the monitoring system that works for them. So they are part of the design, and they're also part of the corrective action and remediation. I think Sumita put the point across very well earlier this morning, where companies still see worker as worker, but you do not see them as, someone they can partner with, right? Even worker committees, sometimes the worker representatives there are management appointed, or very few, although there's a growing practice now by companies to have elected worker representative in the management committee, in the worker committees, and that's very important. So it's also about making sure that there is a platform where workers and managers can have effective dialogue, where the power dynamics are somewhat managed, right? So workers are empowered to be able to raise issues and to also be able to advocate for the solutions that they want. There are one or two companies that we have worked with that we also see have kind of invested in training for their workers. So it's not just about, having a worker committee and then say, okay, go function on your own. But actually they also invest to see how they can empower the worker representatives within the worker committee to be able to carry their tasks effectively as a worker representative. So I think that is a good practice and is very commendable for, companies to do that. I think, I'm also quite interested to see what role digital tools can play. Also understanding that there are challenges in terms of accessibility when it comes to technology also, and data privacy and management and trust in the system. But I think now that's, we're in the age of disruption, there are, AI tools, and now people are going increasingly digital. I think it's something that we can think about as a complementary tool in terms of how workers can reach out to, say, third-party lines to be able to give information about their conditions, as well as for maybe buyers and other companies, third parties, to kind of have a sense survey as to, what has been the impact, what workers are really feeling. I think there is a panel in these 2 days where we talk about worker voice too. So I think that's also something to kind of like look at. I do not think that, I think we need to see all these kind of like mechanisms need to work in tandem. I don't think there is one fixed way. I think digital tools are not going to fix all our problems. There still needs to be a human element to it. And audits still play a role. There are limitations to audits, but social audit compliance can also help in this regard. Yeah.
Thanks, Melissa. Yeah, I think it's really important that we sort of look at that relationship with workers and changing and shifting that relationship with workers. And I think overall everyone sort of wins. So we have about 7 minutes left. I want to try and get some questions from the audience if possible. So if I could get Carmen to help us out. And maybe if you can sort of provide the question to a speaker if that information is there. If not, we'll just go to whoever's willing to answer. Yeah.
Okay. So we have received a lot of questions online for people in the room and also our online audience. I'm gonna, drop them and you can choose who would like to answer them. So the first one is an operational question. How should companies fairly manage new recruitment fee claims that emerge years after remediation, where evidence is incomplete or inconsistent? The second question is not gonna get shorter, by the way, speakers. Is what is one concrete signal companies and government can look for over the next 12 months to know whether the NAP is working? And the third question is, we need to speak about bilateral labor agreements in places like Malaysia that are binding and meaningful. What are your reflections in contrast to MOUs? There are more questions, by the way, but I know they're packed, so I'm gonna leave you for the moment with this.
Thanks so much, Carmen. Does anyone want to volunteer to answer any of the questions first before I maybe put it to specific speakers? Akash, can you go? Any?
Sure, I can talk about the first one. If
Yep.
I understood that
On
right,
claims.
it's about claims on reimbursement. So I think, I mean, we have, I do encourage folks to look at our Amazon Sustainability Exchange website, where there's a whole section on human rights and how we've communicated publicly how we've dealt with a lot of these challenges, and here are some templates that maybe other brands and others can borrow. Specifically on claims on reimbursement fees, right? I think it's, I mean, it's a well-known fact. If a person pays a fee, you're not necessarily going to get a whole receipt and you paid X amount of money for. It just doesn't work that way. You're documenting, likely illicit activity. So I think you need to look at all the available evidence, right? Starting from worker testimony, and then see how you can, triangulate that information. Looking at information as flight bookings, looking at information on, hardly any worker comes alone in one single recruitment drive. It's always groups of workers, right? If all of them are saying the same story, the likelihood of it being true is quite high. So you need to think of clever mechanisms in which you can triangulate this data, look at the information and take worker testimony deeply into your consideration and then work out how that reimbursement process needs to work. So there's detailed guidance that Amazon has published on some of these bits, but I think worker testimony and triangulating information with other indicators, all of which give you an accurate representation of what should be the right amount for that particular group of workers.
Thanks, Akash. Anyone else want to tackle a question on claims or what success for the NEP would look like in 12 months?
Well, I will try the net B+HR question, especially as a metal committee member. So we definitely don't want the net B+HR to fall in the trap of Malaysia always have very nice plans. It's the implementation that suffers, right? And the net B+HR at the moment doesn't actually have timelines. But I guess the hope that I have for the net B+HR is because unlike the other nets, there's actually semi-independent monitoring, evaluation, training and learning committee, who has actually only maybe met twice, and there's also a lot of work cut out for them. But what I'm hoping is that, in this kind of like for the next 6 months or less, that we look at prioritizing what are the things that we can do in the net B+HR and actually come up with timelines and also KPIs, right? So it's like what are the KPIs that we want to hit and what are the KPIs that we want to monitor to track progress. That is missing at the moment, but I think that's something critical that maybe the committee can work on together with the working group. So that gives us a bit of a roadmap. What comes first, and that at the end of the 12 months, there is a way for us to say, yes, we have made progress on these things because there's a roadmap. And of course, beyond the 12 months as well, because, the net B+HR does go on for 5 years. So I think that's basically what, I would try to look for. And also to say that in the net B+HR, there are a lot of elements around, due diligence, getting companies to strengthen their due diligence system, to look at the grievance mechanism, and then there's a huge labor component as well. So I think there's a lot of opportunities there, and that's something we should definitely look at.
Thanks, Melissa. And maybe, Mel, did you want to perhaps cover MOU or any of the questions that were asked?
Yeah, a quick one. The successful forms of MOU on working together, especially, like I said, within ASEAN countries, a lot of them when they provide the clarity. So just now we said there's a complex transnational recruitment chain. So within that chain, how do we map out with clear pathways? And then the indicator is how many workers had zero fees. They didn't have to pay any fees. So again, if we use, let's say, Gen Z language, is there like a green flag where employers actively already have a checklist of this is what we pay, right? It's very clear. And then the red flag, so then the workers know from the start, you must never pay for this. If they ask for this, that's not for you to pay. So some of these things are actually, technically, we have to match with ILO Fair Recruitment Principles and Guidelines. But because there's a question on timeline, I would like to also address the elephant in the room. So for the elephant in the room, the timeline, we will reach maybe a pre-election timeline, and then we will have the budget allocations. And is there any budget allocation by the government to work together with companies? So once again, for Suhakam, we are happy to bridge between the companies. It is not for employers alone or for companies alone. The government must also show their investments within this checklist and all that to become a standard practice and join with other countries. So, for example, the Indonesian embassy has come to Suhakam to work things out on domestic workers. And when I say the timeline, we must not forget the sustainable development goals. So even beyond 18 months, that is one of the things with the National SDG Center. And why I keep saying about budget, because the social protections and impact are supposed to be shown before each government agency gets its budget. Therefore, if we use the SDG indicators within here, we can match it with the ILO standards and the guidelines, and we can show in parallel how laws have been improved, policies and all that. And again, the elephant in the room is Malaysia has a federal constitution that says equal treatment before the law and equality before the law. And the second part of that says non-discrimination, no matter where your background is, where you came from. So to uphold this constitutional fundamental liberty within our laws, within the practices and within the culture is one of the focus that we need to do. But in the end, through whose eyes? Through the workers' eyes. That the employer had paid, and I do want to credit there's some foundations who have moved forward on the employers and the education of the workers. But through all this, for the framework to work, we have to come together and quickly tie it to the timeline that's available. So again, I would say, how many workers that we had, the response that said, no, zero fees, I didn't have to pay. Okay, that's all, yeah.
Thank you so much. And I think the ultimate timeline really is 2030, when the SDGs are meant to be achieved, and even our NAP B+HR, multiple different sort of frameworks converging to 2030. But with that, I think, thank you so much to the speakers. Big round of applause for such an engaging conversation. And I think I'll pass the floor back to Sarah.
Thank you, everybody. And thank you to all the panelists, our audience online and in person. Thanks to all the teams working in the background. So we'll have a 30-minute coffee break now. So you're welcome to go outside, enjoy some coffee, mingle. And then please, we'll be back on time here at 11:30 for our fourth session. See you soon. Hello, welcome back. We'll get started in about 3 minutes, so please have a seat. All right, welcome back, everybody. Please have a seat. I hope you enjoyed your break and got to meet some new people and that you enjoyed this morning's conversations. We're going to move ahead to our fourth session. We have just 2 sessions before breaking out for lunch. The next session is on what the IRIS transition means for responsible recruitment, moderated by our very own Rakesh Ranjan, our program manager for South Asia at the migration programs. And then you'll see our colleague Carmen again for the Q&A. And so just a reminder for all attendees online and in person that all questions are taken via our forum's dedicated platform or the live stream on our LinkedIn and YouTube channel. So I'll invite the panelists on stage and then see you in about 45 minutes. Thank you.
As Carmen mentioned previously, we have this QR code and Zoom room is working. So you are welcome to scan and let us know your questions. Let's start. So thank you for joining this panel. And I think today we are discussing IRIS transition. I hope all of us know about IRIS. IRIS is a certification system developed by IOM. And currently the certification system is being moved to Social Accountability International. IRIS, we all have engaged in the past. Personally, for IHRB, our Responsible Recruitment Agency register, we have been getting lots of resources from the IRIS database. So I consider this session is very timely, and we have recently heard about this transition. And now this is one of the most important moment, I think, for all of us to discuss and understand what actually this transition means for stakeholders, where we are going, what are changing, what things are evolving, what are the new strategies we'll be seeing with the IRIS transition. So for me, and that's what I was thinking, the purpose of the conversation, the purpose of this dialogue is not only transitional and such. Rather than we all want to have more conversation around practical implications of this movement, of this shift. So I'll briefly introduce our very important and I think most appropriate line of speakers for this panel. We have Anna Pinner. She is Head Migration, Business and Human Rights Unit from IOM. We have Hannah Crane, Associate Director, Corporate Programs, Social Accountability International. And we have Pranay Rai, Director, Compliance and Business, International Manpower Recruitment. IMR is one of the IRIS certified agencies. So basically we have IOM, who has started IRIS. We have SAI, the institution SAI IRIS will be looked after maybe this year or next year, and we have a recruiter who has been certified by IRIS. So very quickly, and I don't want to get into lots of introduction. I'll start with Anna because this is where I think IRIS has started. Anna, I was thinking about evolution of IRIS. And if we look back to it's like nearly a decade of IRIS. We started long ago. And if I can ask this question, what do you see as its most important contributions? Or if I can add quickly, and what lessons do you think IOM has learned about what it takes to achieve responsible recruitment in practice? So if you can start with this very broad historical question. Thank you.
Thank you, Rakesh, and thank you, IHRB, for having me. IRIS contributed a great deal, I think, to the movement of responsible recruitment and the integration of responsible recruitment into the business and human rights agenda. The first thing on this is I'd say IRIS created a common language and a very practical vision of what good looks like. So it translated through the IRIS standard, the IRIS principles, very concrete, measurable progress of what good recruitment looks like. And this was, how it looks in a recruiter's management system, what the actual steps are that recruitment agency needs to take. And it actually showed that measurement could be, progress could be measured over time about the practices that are actually happening in the recruitment process. So that's number one. I'd say IRIS brought those principles of, at the time where the employer pays principle was being launched, the ILO Fair Recruitment Initiative was also launching. All of those at the time were these goals that we were all striving for. IRIS brought that into the detail of what recruiter practices should look like. So that's number one. I think it also helped mainstream ethical recruitment into the global business and human rights agenda. Again, if you think back, for those of you who've been working on this for a while, we were learning about what forced labor looks like in supply chains, the recruitment journey that migrant workers were taking. And a lot of the time, it took reports like Verité's report on Malaysia and others to actually shed light on what was happening. And so IRIS, I think, was part of the movement. It was one part, not the only part, but we were an ecosystem, a community working together on this. And with SAI from the beginning, looking at how we can bring ethical recruitment into the mainstream of how we're tackling forced labor as a community. In terms of overall achievements, IRIS was a multi-stakeholder initiative, again, with SAI at the table from the very beginning, managed and stewarded through a multi-stakeholder advisory committee. So IOM was never doing this on our own. IOM was the secretariat. What's happening now, and this is still in process with SAI, is that the stewardship of IRIS is being handed over. IOM will remain a key stakeholder, and it will continue to be a multi-stakeholder initiative through the advisory committee. But there's often a misconception that it was only about certification. It was a program suite. There was multiple things that made it up. It was the IRIS standard, the IRIS principles, Certification was a part of that, but it was sort of the pathway to certification that recruiters could take. But nevertheless, there are still steps and ways that recruiters could use those tools. There was extensive capacity building for governments, for private sector, for recruiters. And so there was a large number of different projects that fell under that, and many projects around the world that IOM implemented, again, alongside partners that were a part of what IRIS has achieved over the last 10 years. In terms of the lessons learned about how IRIS contributed to putting responsible recruitment into practice, first of all, I'd recommend that you read the report that IOM just released that Akash already mentioned this morning. It's an overview, really. It seeks to capture lessons learned, not just from IOM, but from all stakeholders who we consulted last year, over 300 stakeholders, and we tried to put all of those learnings into one report. So please do take a review of that. I won't repeat what's in there, but what stands out is that this was never a knowledge problem. The underlying assumption I think that many of us made was that this was, if recruiters understand what ethical recruitment is, they will implement it. So this led to a large swathe of capacity building efforts, which actually didn't look at what the underlying incentives and market dynamics were that were perpetuating unethical practices. In the meantime, recruiters continued to operate within these commercial systems and within an ecosystem that did not reward ethical behavior, but rather speed, low cost, and flexibility. The next one is that ethical recruiters continue to be disadvantaged in the market, and I'm really interested to hear how Pranay's comments on this. But when we consulted recruiters last year as part of the consultation, we found, again, what's been mentioned already this morning, that they have trouble winning business. And part of the challenges of certification of the last 10 years is that to become IRIS certified, you need to be practicing the ethical no fees in every corridor, every customer. And so if you come across a customer as a recruiter that isn't willing to cover the full cost of recruitment, that's where challenges come up. And so that's still a need that we need to address in the market, which I know many of us in this room are doing collectively. The other thing to note is that recruitment, as has also been mentioned multiple times this morning, it's where forced labor becomes visible, but we also need to look at other symptoms and other areas where we see worker vulnerability arises before sort of it becomes evident in recruitment practices. Things like unrealistic labor demand related to workforce planning, purchasing practices, procurement pressures. So there's a lot of other things that are happening in the ecosystem that impact what eventually happens in recruitment. And the main conclusion for the report, and as we look back over the past 10 years, again, has already been mentioned this morning, is that worker voice is the least developed part of the movement. So we've developed a lot of systems for measuring responsible recruitment, audits, standards, but we ultimately need to look at, looking forward, how our ultimate impact will be measured by worker experience. And I think this is especially going to be the case as IOM is really looking at global labor demand, facilitating regular pathways. And my sense is that workers are going to have much more agency in terms of where they choose to work. There's huge demand for labor in many countries across the world. And so really empowering workers to make the choice, where am I going to have the best experience? What are the opportunities that I can make the most of? And that's going to be, I think, I hope that that's going to be a shift, that we really put the power into their hands.
Thank you, Anna. So I do agree. And then importance of workers, and that very quickly the role of recruiters becomes very important. And I was thinking, my question, Pranay, I wanted to understand, and we all want to understand, as a recruitment agency, and that especially you have been IRIS certified, once you have this certification, what usually changes with the certification? And basically your engagement with IRIS, what actually IRIS meant in practical terms? Is it like that important, or like many of times we hear the word gold standard. So how this gold standard is for, like, what role it play for recruitment agencies? Do it help the the certification system help you becomes more professional, get more businesses? So, sorry, very practical question. Over to you.
Well, having to, when we talk about the practical sense as on the being certified by IRIS is like, as a responsible recruitment agency, what we do understand is beyond our motive is not just to connect employees with the talent, but also making it a point that the implementation on the well-being of the migrant is properly implemented or not. And this becomes a challenge where IRIS has helped us to maintain this balance. Is a thing. And of course, being certified by IRIS is in itself we carry this responsibility with a shoulder that we understand that the implementation of ethical recruitment principles should be implemented at all terms. And we also make it a point that what we also understand is that IRIS has strengthened us in terms of operating and embedding the standards of employee-based principle to implement a grievance mechanism, to identify risk, due diligence, human rights due diligence, and all sorts of. And of course, IMR as a certified recruitment, as an IRIS certified, as not just about certification, for we understand that IRIS is a total framework where we ensure that ethical recruitment is implemented on all terms, all during the recruitment journey and post-employment era, during the post-employment as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Pranay. Coming back to one very important and straight questions to you, Anna. So, why this transition is happening now? Everyone is asking the same question. Why IRIS is being transferred to SAI from IOM?
Thank you. I think it's a reflection of the maturity of IRIS. IOM, obviously, having been the steward since 2014, we've come to a point where it's ready to be handed over to another partner. Again, Hannah will go into this in more detail, but we're really working closely with SAI to ensure that much of the ethos and the principles remain the same. And the way the ethical recruitment projects are run remain the same, capacity building. We see SAI as a partner that can take IRIS to the next level in terms of agility and innovation, bringing sort of a fresh energy to the whole program. And yeah, so we're really also having done a reflection of what we've achieved over the last decade. It just seemed the right moment to hand it over to a partner who has the capacity and willingness to take it on. So we're really working in close partnership with SAI on that. It allows also both organizations to focus on our relative strengths. As I mentioned, SAI was present from the beginning and was a real mentor to IOM in how you establish a certification system and standards. And so SAI has always played that role. They were always the one providing the certification through SAS, which Hannah will talk about in more detail. And IOM in the meantime, again, based on the learnings from our report, we're looking at how we can address this in a systemic way, working with all stakeholders in the ecosystem on how we can strengthen migration, business, and human rights practices across a corridor approach, but then also a multi-stakeholder approach to make sure that we are looking at this as a whole ecosystem across migration pathways. This is not IOM stepping back from responsible recruitment. We continue to be deeply committed to fair and responsible recruitment. We have a very strong relationship with the ILO Fair Recruitment Initiative. We'll continue to work with employers, governments, recruiters, workers, civil society, and donors on this topic. And it is integrated now, ethical recruitment is integrated into our broader migration, business, and human rights portfolio, as well as our work on pathways. So we really see this opportunity to connect how certification plays a role within the wider ecosystem in achieving systemic change, especially in light of the changes that we've seen over the past 10 years. If you think about, we were operating in a very much soft law guidelines. Now we're operating in a ecosystem that is much more about regulation, human rights due diligence requirements. And so we see certification playing a key role there, but are passing it on to a partner who really has the capacity and the relative comparative strengths to take it forward.
Thank you, Anna. It's to Hannah, actually. Now, I understand SAI has been doing lots of certifications. Social Equality International, we all know the number of ISOs and other certifications. So, if I have to ask you this question, what opportunity does this transition actually means for actually create for SAI, if I can ask, and how SAI envision the future role of SAI IDs, and how like this transition, the movement, doing IRIS certifications and doing IRIS capacity development fits within the wider SAI's work, especially around their work, your work around labor rights, accountability, and related to business practice. So if you can give us slightly broader perspective and also specific details. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, first and foremost, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today and to be on this panel and to be with all of you. So thank you. And as you've mentioned, as Anna has mentioned, SAI was involved with IRIS really from its inception. And so we're looking forward to becoming stewards of the program in a different way moving forward. As Anna mentioned, certification will remain largely unchanged. What we hope to explore is the complementary programming outside of certification, but related to certification to support our efforts there. So whether that looks like a stepping stone approach to certification to better support labor recruiters, or deeper engagement at the community level. And that's really where we see, to your question, looking forward to the future of IRIS and the role that SAI can play. We see a real need for deep and meaningful community engagement, particularly when we think about intermediaries or the subcontractors that we've heard about from other speakers earlier today, really being able to tackle some of the root causes of persistent labor issues and risks associated with recruitment. We see being able to take SAI's proven community engagement model and applying it to this topic as being quite valuable. That's our hope. And that model, we've done extensive testing of it across the Americas, across Asia as well. So again, we hope to really build out that deep, meaningful community engagement in a way that still safeguards communities and workers, does not shift responsibility, right? There's a real opportunity for brands to join us in this work and collaborate with us on this, to move beyond what Akash said earlier as those points in time kind of engagements, to really move towards long-term, lasting, sustainable improvements and change. So that's what the direction we hope to move in with IRIS.
Thank you, Anna. Sorry. If I can bring back Pranay for a moment, and I wanted to also understand these certifications, let's say any certification, how important these certifications are for employers. Like when you do, when you give presentation, when you meet businesses, how important these certifications become, and how much it helps you to advocate for employer-based principle.
Coming into terms with the IRIS certifications, what we've come to know is, what we've have had an experience after the certification is that there has been instances where when we've approached certain employers, they've come up with a very welcoming kind of a gesture where there has been, I have in fact experienced where a company was so welcoming for a fact that we were IRIS certified, and then they had been looking for ID certified agencies for a long time, and that was something that they were looking for. So which we found very nice of the employers to welcome the certification. And but of course, having said that, employers, I believe, should still have that process within the headquarter and then the regional level to translate their human rights policies, or be it migrants policies or whatever, to an extent to understand, to make it a point that an ethical recruitment or responsible recruitment actually happens in the destination countries. For the reason why I would say is the source country agencies like Nepal, for instance, has had many certified agencies for now, and it is only time that the destination country employers should accept for a fact that there are responsible recruiters very much ready or in line to deliver ethically. Thank you.
And coming back to ID's transition, as a recruiter, what kind of support do you think you should have from the certifying agencies? Maybe from IOM, from SAI, what support recruiters need to go through the transition process?
Well, when we are talking about transition, what I do understand for a fact, the transition that is happening is a positive, and I would call this a very positive and a natural evolvement, for a fact that IOM has created the standard of Irish, where they've founded this Irish standards, which is recognized as an internationally accepted standards in terms of responsible recruitment. And IOM has brought in employers, recruitment agencies, civil society members, and migrants together in a platform where they've been doing a very remarkable job. At the same time, when it is getting transitioned for the certification to SAI, SAI is in itself an expertise where we understand that the translation of human rights due diligence and employer pay principles are translated to measure, to bring about accountability, where we believe is where I think is the reason why I say that it is a positive and natural evolution.
Thank you. Hannah, I know you have touched briefly on this, but I must still, if you can elaborate on this particular aspect, what the success will look like under, if IRIS comes under SAI, where do you see the entire certification system and associated activities are going in future?
Absolutely. I think, of course, we'd like to see an increase in IRIS certifications, but I think it's really critical that SAI, we focus on making sure the tools and supports that we develop alongside of certification, that programming is really fit for purpose and enables, whether it's labor recruiters, employers, brands, to really be able to drive change again in a meaningful way and in a way that's really fit for that purpose, which takes me back again to the role of community engagement and the need for deep and meaningful community engagement around these topics. And it's increasingly, obviously, we all know, becoming a due diligence requirement. So we feel well positioned to be able to bring that level of programming to IRIS and be able to build out, as you said, that suite of programming to offer that support at every level for every actor, beyond just, the certification for more formalized labor recruiters. How can we support the rest of the ecosystem with practical and clear means of improvement?
Thank you. Sorry if I may be going a little backward, but community engagement. Can we also know more about what kind of community engagement you are doing and how this can benefit responsible recruitment?
Absolutely. So our community engagement model, we refer to as Circle. So I'll refer to it that way moving forward. And really what we do is facilitate communities that are relevant to whether it's a supplier manufacturing site, or in this case, perhaps a labor recruiter, a space where there might be an intermediary coming into the community. And what we do is we facilitate amplifying the needs of those community members relative to the workspace. So tying it back to the supply chain, tying it back to the recruitment process, and being able to tackle, again, alongside of more formalized programming, so the IRIS certification, which that's where we see a lot of the results of some of the root cause issues that begin, as many folks today have said, before recruitment even begins. And so this model allows us to really tap in at that level to address risks before they become actual adverse impacts. And again, we've done this across the Americas, across Asia, on related topics, forced labor, child labor, things like this. And so we've seen great success in not only being able to drive improvements at the community level, but at the same time tackling these issues within the workplace. So it's a very complementary stream of activities, really.
Thank you. And sorry, I'm again coming back to regional question. We are in Malaysia. Most of the workers there are coming from neighboring countries, Nepal, Bangladesh. Are we going to see similar community engagement in this part of the world also?
I think we would hope to, yes. If we have the opportunity, we would love to apply it.
Thank you. Coming back to Anna, and I really wanted to understand about overall about your report, Migration, Business and Human Rights, you did last year, and related decisions, related changes, and also in the broader prospect of responsible recruitment. Where do you see we are going? What, like for example, this in case of this transition, where the future is heading from IOM's perspective, where we are going, what are the things we'll see in the coming years?
That's a small question, Rakesh. Thank you for that. Where do I think IOM is going? IOM will continue to work on this, as I've mentioned. The core principles of IRIS and the IRIS standard will remain unchanged. I think bringing all the partners in to be part of the solution, as I mentioned earlier, bringing workers more to the forefront. And I think the opportunity, and we're going to talk about this in the next panel, apologies, you have me on that one again, but to see really greater visibility, because if all of these actors are working together, SAI is innovating and bringing new approaches to recruiters, new opportunities for them to demonstrate their ethical recruitment practices on the journey towards certification, and then sort of shining a light on and bringing more visibility to an industry that has in the past had quite a lot of opacity. It's been quite opaque, but actually bringing data to bear and really being able to demonstrate practical approaches and the ways that these management systems, everything is coming and really resulting in a change to migrant worker outcomes, so that ethical recruiters are favored in the market and they actually receive an advantage rather than what's happening now, where we still see that there is not market favorability toward them, but there's still a lack of demand. So actually shifting that system, because we have more visibility, because we are much more organized as a sector, we know what each role, how we all need to do it. We're innovating and being agile and learning from what's worked and what hasn't. And that was really a huge driver for the IOM report was, okay, we've come a long way. How can we assess? Let's be really honest and transparent about what's working and not so that we can improve. And it takes all of us together. It's really looking at the roles of each stakeholder and allowing that the visibility to really increase, which I'm really excited about now that we have opportunities to do that, do more with data than what we've done before. That spills into the next session. But I really see that we can do a lot more than we could before. and IOM country missions. We have a data hub in Thailand that you'll be hearing about later today. The work that we're doing alongside Amazon in countries of origin like Nepal. There's so much opportunity we've learned, and we're really putting into practice what we've learned. And so I see just improvement. I know it's incremental. I know it can be frustrating, but looking back has been so encouraging. I really think that we've come a really long way, and we should be very encouraged. There is a long way yet to go for this to be fully mainstreamed and general practice and kind of accepted practice across the board. But I think there's the real maturity now in the discussions and the way that we're approaching this. And that's what I'm really excited about. I hope that answered the question. I can't remember what it was.
All very well. Pranay, I was also I have similar questions to you. Similar success. Where do you see this transition? What role it will be playing? Where the success? What we consider as a success after this transition? And again, and also for the broader responsible recruitment ecosystem in Nepal, particularly, do these transitions create some positive environment? And what are the things you think will be important in coming future?
I actually wanted to talk about the ecosystem. When you say success is a time when a migrant and aspirant worker should aspire to go abroad, get into migration process, and then fetch for a work without having a doubt in his mind that he has to pay any recruitment fees at all. We believe responsible recruiters has a role to play, but having understood that employers also have a very critical and a more proactive approach to make for a fact that employer pays model shall work from the employer's part. Also for the fact that quality will have its price, and it's not just about having to what I'd actually like to mention is a lot of businesses talk about investing in the assets. Why don't you invest in the human capital rather, right? So so success for me is a fact when the whole ecosystem will work together to have the recruitment, and a migrant worker would not have to worry to get recruited from any recruiter or for any employers without having to pay any recruitment fees. Is my definition of success, I'd say.
I agree. And thank you for bringing this very human perspective. We don't have lots of time, and I really wanted to continue this conversation, but I'll request my colleague Carmen. Do you have any question? Yeah.
Thank you, Rakesh. Thank you for everyone who dropped their question, because we don't have one question. We have like 1,000 questions. I should let you know. So I'm not going to leave the podium actually, because they're also quite lengthy. So please feel free to re-ask the question that I'm asking. And I'm going to open the floor for whoever wants to take it. So let's start with the first one. Given the complexities and challenges that you have discussed here, for example, of reaching certification, is it prudent, or what are your reflections when having a way to recognize and reward the small wins for agencies toward the full certification? That's one. The second one is, how will ethical recruitment initiatives address increasing use of digital recruitment platforms, AI-based candidate screening, and online intermediaries? I can go on with the third one, which is different organizations, including UN agencies, initiate different tools and mechanisms. However, the question beyond implementation and also regarding implementation is where can accountability really fall? That's for the first round.
Thank you, Carmen. So maybe we can start with Anna.
Thank you. I'm going to leave the certification and how you can get rewards on the way to SAI. How will we address tech platforms and bring them into the to sort of the efforts on responsible recruitment? I think they're critical, and they have a strong role to play in helping us again get that visibility and really shine a light on the practices that are happening. There are some fantastic examples of these platforms, and I just learned about one from Nepal, where you can really provide that transparency to the workers. And again, there are many of these, and I think they're going to play a critical role in how we get that visibility, especially for workers themselves. In terms of the organizations and that have different tools, where can accountability fall? I'm not sure if I fully understood that question. But the UN guiding principles provide, I think, the best framework for where accountability falls in terms of governments, corporates, and who should do what. I'm not sure if I understood that correctly, Carmen, but.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Anna.
Great, thank you. So to touch on the certification question, one of our priorities would be to build out, again, the stepping stone approach to certification with clear recognition at each step. What does it mean? And I think this is where the register and the work with IHRB, I think, plays a big role, expanding on that perhaps, as we expand on those levels. What do they mean? Again, being very clear when a labor recruiter might not be at the threshold for certification, but to be honest about what they have done and how that separates them perhaps in terms of being a more ethical or responsible labor recruiter. And then for the question about accountability, I'm not sure if I'm understanding the question correctly, but this is again why I'm quite excited and optimistic about our community engagement models, because through those circles and that model of engagement, we're able to bring together brands, employers, labor recruiters, and governments and workers and communities. And I think we all have a role to play there in having some shared accountability for the outcomes for workers who are ultimately going to be placed with jobs. So that's why I'm quite excited about that model.
Thank you. And Pranay?
I think I'd like to answer the AI kind of a thing, because lately what we've been doing in IMR is we're trying to implement a total digital transformation where we make it a point that we want to make it paperless and use AI chatbots for queries of all the applicants and stuff like that. We're also coming up with an idea to develop an app where we've signed an agreement with one of the software company. So initially, when a lot of talks of AI and digitalization was happening, we actually thought that it was a very vague idea. Later on, when we advertised in the National Daily, whenever we come across a vacancy, which is mandated by Nepal government, there would be an overwhelming response where we have a quota or a demand for 100 that we turn out for up 2,000 to 3,000 workers. At the present juncture, I'd say like we've got a database about say 15,000 applicants, aspirants who are listed in our system. So that is something where we needed to manage the crowd, and that's one of the reasons why we thought of coming with a system of applying through QR code and having to implement digital transformation and all of that. And that is something I think where the recruitment agencies, or responsible recruitment agencies, would transform themselves, is what I think.
Thank you. We still have at least 2 minutes, and I don't want to lose any time. So can I have one more question?
I mean, we can have like 16, but I'm gonna, I made a selection and try to summarize. I mean, there are a couple that touch on the same topic, so I'm gonna shoot one, which is reads, what are the lessons when ensuring equitable access to certification in terms of costs? It kind of lies itself with the next one, which is how will smaller and medium-sized recruitment agencies in developing economies receive technical or even financial support to meet evolving compliance requirements? A complex one, but I'll leave it on the floor.
Very quickly, starting with Hannah.
Sure, thank you. So I think a lot of this remains to be seen, actually, what the solutions ultimately will look like. But to especially the second part of the question, making sure that what we're offering is really fit for purpose, I think is the most important takeaway here. So dependent on the size and maturity of a particular organization, how are we able to best support them in a way that, again, they're able to showcase the efforts that they have taken. So I think that's really key in not trying to push one solution onto every actor, really meeting everyone where they're at, still driving improvement, and again, being honest about what that stepping stone is, where they're at in the journey in terms of maturity. But I think that's a question that SAI will continue to explore in this transition. What do those solutions really look like?
Pranay, if I can have respond to cost question. What do you think?
Would you please be able to...
Cost of certification related.
The cost of certification? Yes, it does to an extent affect us for a fact that certification costs a lot of money. So, for us, having to get certified was more of an investment, sort of, I'd say, for having to implement ethical recruitment in practice and practice it. And then we actually wanted to test ourselves whether we are up to the par of that standard or not. And we also understood that if we were certified as an agency, then it would be easier on the part of employer to know that we've implemented all of the systems, and then we have those systems. So basically, it was a cost of a validation, I'd rather say.
Thank you. And now we are exactly on time. So I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all the speakers. Thanks for your time. And I hope the questions were not very difficult for you. Thanks a lot. And thanks, Carmen.
Thank you, Rakesh, and thank you to all the panelists. So we will move on to the next panel. This is actually our last panel before we break for lunch on the Global Data Partnership Against Forced Labor, moderated by Julia. So I'll invite David to the stage, and then we'll have some of the other panelists online.
You. I hope we won't have any technical issues this time. I hope we'll be able to see our online speakers in a second. We have Hannah and Malika joining online. Before introducing the panel, I just wanted to give a bit of background on the Global Data Partnership Against Forced Labor, because probably for many of you, this is the first time you're hearing about the partnership. I'll let David explain in more detail, but just as a way of background, the partnership was launched about a year ago now, under the premise of many of the issues we were discussing here just now and earlier this morning, that for decades now we have been working to combat forced labor, and for over a decade we've been really pushing the agenda of responsible recruitment, and we have made normative progress. But in terms of practical implementation and actual changes for workers, there is still a lot to be done. And so the premise of the partnership is really that one of the root causes or one of the issues that is preventing that implementation is lack of visibility of data. Basically, the premise that different actors hold different pieces of the string or different strings, see different parts of the information and have access to different data, but no one is really looking at the full picture in terms of data. And so through a data mesh, which I'm sure David's going to explain, the Global Data Partnership aims to give more visibility to the actors that actually have the power and the ability to change and influence the ecosystem. And those are the actors in the ecosystem, so buyers, suppliers, recruiters, companies, and those working directly with workers. So having said all that, what we're going to talk about today is where we are now, 1 year into the partnership. And I know David just came back from Thailand. The first sort of use case of the Global Data Partnership is focusing on recruitment. And the test case is Thailand. So David will be able to talk a little bit more about where we are, where we need to be, what progress has been made, what kind of data we have access to now. David leads on civil society engagement and responsible governance at the World Economic Forum and has literally just arrived from Thailand. Thank you for being here, David. So over to you. We have to be very strict with time. Hopefully we have time for questions at the end as well. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Julia. And I know many of us obviously on the panel are part of the partnership, so I think folks can fill in the gaps if I miss anything. But just, it's really a pleasure to be here with all of you in Kuala Lumpur. Julia already mentioned I work at the World Economic Forum on the team at the forum that focuses on engagement of civil society globally, as well as multi-stakeholder initiatives on responsible business conduct. Probably it was January 2025 where we launched in collaboration with Hewlett-Packard Enterprise and a number of partners, the Global Data Partnership Against Forced Labor, as a multi-stakeholder initiative to move from data fragmentation towards more cooperation, action, and accountability in the fight against forced labor. Concretely, what does that mean? It means that the partnership is developing an open source federated data mesh that allows for interoperable collaboration and the triangulation of actionable signals across data sets while maintaining data sovereignty and control with those who are participating. In a nutshell, you keep and hold the data in your own platform. You retain all ownership of it. And we've created a mesh that will allow essentially that data to talk to one another and to be able to derive insights across the mesh. And so Julia mentioned I just arrived from Bangkok after a week of meetings with the Thai government, civil society, technical partners, and other stakeholders around use case 1, around responsible recruitment. Maybe 4 main reflections that came from a lot of those conversations. One around the fact that technical feasibility is of course exciting. It's exciting to see something that folks have talked about for a long time. What if we could see all the sides of the elephant? And then people could actually take and be motivated to take action on what we see. And so while that's exciting, the essential question still remains around what's the comparative value to the status quo and the comparative advantage for different stakeholders. So essentially, the mesh needs to provide actionable value, not just an academic experiment of what could be possible if we brought signals together, but actually designed to be beneficial in practice for the current work that worker organizations and NGO program managers are doing on the ground, for corporate human rights due diligence officers, for government ministries looking to make sense of what's happening within their domain, et cetera. So not just any insights, but insights that are actionable that we can use in the fight against forced labor. On the recruitment pilot case, also one of the priorities is to make sure that we're bringing a diversity of stakeholders into the design of the process, not just because of the data sets that they hold. And as part of the first cohort, we have, of course, folks with access to audits, access to data related to grievance mechanisms and a range of different data sets. So it's not just around the data that they hold, but they are shaping what it means to be meaningfully actionable in Thailand itself. So really practically, right? So they need to be part of the co-design of not just we're going to pull insights together, but what does it mean for this to be actionable in Thailand, and how do we move that forward in the current state of that conversation? And of course, we're building on the current existing practitioner networks and communities that have continued to operate even now with limited capacity. Secondly, and I'll keep going so we have more time for questions. The work really needs to enhance and strengthen the existing initiatives that already exist and not compete with them. So obviously worker hotlines, grievance mechanisms, national databases, corporate-driven actions, data hubs, everything continues to matter. We need that data. The mesh is about creating connective tissue. And so we want to make sure that it's fully understood by everyone that there are different universes of data. And if we want to better understand essentially what's happening, we need all of them to be working together and to be able to connect to all of them. So we need everyone. Third, from the government ministries, there is a significant interest around what can they do with their siloed data sets. So in some cases, they do have databases that exist that they're launching. In many ways, they're innovations from the volumes of paper-based records that they're also holding as well. So there is an interest essentially in where can this mesh connect on some of their ongoing innovation issues and where they can bring that together. This came from, in January, we got a mandate from the Thai Ministry of Foreign Affairs to explore how the partnership can accelerate efforts around data collaboration with government stakeholders. And this is particularly in the case around scam centers and recruitment there and forced criminality, where there is a group of ministries that are essentially thinking about what can they do with their data and to bring that together. And the mesh could be a useful solution to bring that safely together with partners. And then maybe the last point is that the mesh is not just about collective intelligence, but also there's an opportunity for federated services, practical tools, and APIs that individual organizations can use on their own. So this was actually really interesting for folks on the ground to talk about the practical value of if you have an anonymization tool that's hosted on the mesh, can I use that to help out with my data, right? Do you have data quality tools that I can have quick access to? Maybe that's hosted by a corporate on the mesh that we can actually use, or AI-enabled applications or risk scoring models that I can bring into my work. So there's an opportunity for practical application as well. So looking forward for the rest of the year, the partnership will continue to develop the functionalities of the mesh and around the use case around recruitment, and then move into other use case areas, particularly around seafood, scam centers, and other areas. We have 12 organizations participating on the first pilot. And then by the end of the year, we're hoping to already expand that double-fold through the other use cases. What we're hoping to have by the end of the year is some concrete insights that would not have existed on their own outside of the federation, right? To really prove that model, and then to already be moving on to the action side in terms of what does that mean with the stakeholders that are participating. Maybe I'll leave it there and then we can keep going.
Thanks, David. And it sounds very promising. So I'll turn to Anna, and I would love for you to play a little bit of devil's advocate as well, to talk about what the data can or cannot achieve, right? I think we also need to be realistic. I think the IOM report that you mentioned in the previous panel, and for those watching online, go back and watch it because it was a really interesting panel. I think IOM did a really good job in also acknowledging what hasn't worked and the limitations of the work we've been all undertaking for the last 10 years. So can you talk a little bit about the value and the importance of cross-border data, but also the limitations of what the data mesh and the data can achieve?
Yes, thank you. Yes, that's exactly sort of trying to tackle that challenge, right? Of what are these commitments that we've made, as we've talked about this morning, and what's actually happening. And I think IOM, as a founding member of the Global Data Partnership Against Forced Labor, we're really supportive of this idea that all of these data sources are quite siloed. And again, all of the efforts that have happened over the past 10 years have been, separate in some of the ways that they've made progress. But what if we could bring some of that information together and provide a more accurate picture? IOM, again, as you'll hear later on today, we have a lot of data. There are migrant resource centers. There's a displacement tracking matrix. There's a counter trafficking data collaborative. There's a lot of multiple sources where we are, and there's case management where IOM is dealing with individual migrants and understanding their situation and providing support. What if we could bring those insights to decision makers in a more accessible way? And in the same way that a worker voice app, someone who's in contact regularly with workers organizations on the ground, and audits and government data, what if we could paint a more accurate sort of pixelated picture of what's happening and make that data actionable? We are making assumptions, and there's a lot of work going on in the partnership as to how to make sure that data has high quality. There is governance around it. There are data protections in place. And again, IOM is playing a role in that to make sure that there are standards that we're adhering to so that eventually we're going to be a data sort of collaborator, what's the word, contributor, as well as user, but so that the users of the data, it's not just extractive, but we know that that comes from a reliable place. There have been data standards applied, data quality protections for workers and individuals, but we can get information that will actually produce decisions or inform decisions, data-driven decisions, which many companies and governments, that's the foundation that we want to use, right? So the underlying sort of theory of change here is that if more information about the reality of forced labor is made available to decision makers, they will make decisions to act, to address and prevent it. It's a very important assumption, but we have to recognize that that is part of the issue, that when people don't take preventative or responsive action to forced labor, it is because of a lack of visibility as one of the issues. Data is not going to solve everything, as you said, Julia. There are limitations, but this is one of the measures and one of the sort of, in terms of our next decade, one of the key parts that needs to be in place is a greater visibility, and this partnership can contribute to that. So I hope that answers the question.
Thanks, Anna. And I'm so happy to see our online speakers with us. Hopefully we can see them on the big screen as well. So Malika, I'll turn to you. You're speaking from Thailand. You represent civil society. You lead on partnerships at Freedom Collective. And I would love to hear from you from a civil society perspective. How do you see the data being collected to date contributing to the initiative and to the data match? And what do you think is needed next in this phase of testing the recruitment case?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Julia, and good afternoon from Bangkok. It's a pleasure to be joining you virtually here. At Freedom Collaborative, we work closely with civil society organizations across Thailand and also the wider region respond to forced labor and also human trafficking every day. So we've seen that through case management, worker interviews, hotlines, legal support, and frontline outreach, there are organizations already collecting a wealth of information, looking at recruitment pathways and labor brokers, to even issues such as recruitment fees, migration routes, worker grievances, and even referral outcomes. So the question is, from a civil society perspective, isn't really whether the data exists. It already does. The challenge is that these data remain really fragmented across organizations. They're usually very highly sensitive and are held by frontline teams working with very limited capacity. So the opportunity, I think, here is finding a way to connect those insights responsibilities so the data that is being kindly collected can better protect workers in the long term. It's also important, I think, to kind of play a little bit on the devil's advocate role as well, is to recognize why organizations as well can be maybe a bit hesitant to participate, even if they fully support and genuinely support the overall vision of the Global Data Partnership. So from a civil society perspective, the reality is many organizations already are pretty stretched thin. Following the dramatic shifts in the funding landscape that we see, particularly after the fallout from USAID, many organizations, civil society actors are trying to do more with fewer resources while continuing to support survivors, accompany victims through lengthy legal processes, and maintain critical frontline services. So speaking personally, before I joined Freedom Collaborative, I spent more than a decade working in the front line with survivors of trafficking. I know what it feels like when your priority is helping the people sitting in front of you. When another request comes in asking you to collect more data, complete another reporting template, or even participate in another initiative. We understand why data matters, but from the front line, it can feel like another demand on already limited capacity. And I think there's also understandably caution around sharing data too. It's not even just about privacy. Organizations really do worry about how this information will be interpreted and whether it might be used to judge gaps in system that is already under enormous strain. That's why civil society doesn't just contribute data, in my opinion. I think they provide critical and important context. It understands why workers make certain recruitment decisions as they come into the pipeline, what vulnerabilities they're also navigating, and also more importantly, I think showing where existing protection systems are succeeding or maybe failing to succeed here. That being said, I'm still very much incredibly excited about the Global Data Partnership. It's aiming to do things that we have not even thought of ourselves, using a federated data system. So that way, everyone can feel a sense of ownership and also data sovereignty over everything that they have. So in terms of the recruitment use case, my hope for it is that it is not just simply using it to also obviously connect more data sets and the work that we do. It's also to hopefully demonstrate the value back to the organizations and also workers who make this data even possible to begin with. Civil society shouldn't feel like they're contributing data into what we call like a black box. They should be able to see how information is being used, what insights have already emerged, and also how these insights really lead to stronger protection, early identification of recruitment risks, better referrals, and also making more informed decisions across government, business, and also civil society. With real incentive and also ensuring that the data ownership is entirely theirs, there is less fear and willingness for civil society actors to be engaged and involved. So ultimately, participation isn't, it has to be a genuine partnership. Long-term engagement will simply come because organizations trust the technology, trust the process. It will come because they see practical value returning to their own work. So data should never feel like another burden of their job. It should feel like a part of the solution where it helps organizations prevent exploitation and also reduce the number of people needing services in the first place. Looking ahead, recruitment is only, I think, just the beginning. I think once we demonstrate trust and also value through the first use case, I see enormous potential to expand into areas for future use case. So, for example, looking at expanding and even shedding new light on issues such as informal labor brokers, worker grievances mechanism, even look at cross-border referrals, and even newer trends that I think we mentioned previously, such as trafficking for forced criminality and even cyber scam center recruitment. Having served at the Thailand-Myanmar border over the past year, conducting victim identification of victims and also individual exiting those cyber scam center, I see a strong coordinated responses by civil society organizations, but also very real gaps and I think inconsistent coordination efforts by different actors. For a future use case in this particular area, it will help us to counteract the fact that no single organization see the full picture, but where we combine civil society insights and also insights from different actors such as the government, we can help to identify patterns earlier, strengthen coordination, and also ultimately prevent exploitation before it occurs. So at Freedom Collaborative, we often say that collaboration is one of our greatest strengths in addressing human trafficking and forced labor. If this partnership can genuinely support civil society, government, and also businesses alike, while also respecting that organization contributing the data, demonstrating practical value, then data becomes so much more than just information. It can become a real tool for prevention. And I think ultimately that's just what we're trying to achieve, not just simply understanding exploitation a little bit better, but also preventing it from happening in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Malika. And you touched on a point just now, which is identification of victims. And I just want to say that I know one of the premises or the principles of the Global Data Partnership is that everyone is basing their assessments on the ILO indicators and on common indicators of forced labor. And that's a huge challenge, right? Because different organizations, and we're only talking about one country, Thailand, but when you extrapolate that globally, every enforcement agency, every actor in this ecosystem might be looking at the issue from a different perspective and interpreting it in a different way. And then the data you're collecting is also not standardized. So I think that's a really important point. And also, Malika, I think to your point about civil society being already stretched, I also want to make the point about business participation, right? And I think civil society is really great to see civil society engaged and willing to share data and wanting to see the value. I know later we have a session also talking about the business angle and the importance of business engagement. And I just want to reinforce that because really business are a big player and need to be contributing data. We know that business will have information about these issues if they are doing their reporting and their due diligence properly. So business have a key role to play. But I'll now turn to you, Hannah. And DigiNext has been working at the intersection of technology, data, and responsible business conduct for quite some time. So you have quite an interesting perspective on what works, what doesn't work. So I'd love to hear from you what you would like to see next for the partnership and what you see also as the sort of technical limitations and the potential. So over to you.
Sure, thanks. So just a little introduction in case people don't know who DigiNext are. We help organizations move from data to action, combining technology, analytics, and expertise to manage risk, improve performance, and deliver measurable impact. I'm the Director of Supply Chain Technology, Research and Development, so I oversee a couple of our platforms, including Apprise, our worker voice tool that's been used to interview almost 650,000 workers in vulnerable situations. We have Lumen, our supply chain due diligence tool that supports supply chain visibility and then integrates that worker voice from Apprise with perspectives of suppliers, labor providers, and recruiters. And Trace, which was a US Department of Labor, ILAB, International Labor Affairs Bureau funded product traceability tool that we developed to trace products from raw material to final product assembly, overlaying those risk signals to identify the risk of child labor and forced labor with an individual product. So when we reflect back on that premise of the use case one, we know there that there's no single contributor's data alone that produces this defensible signal, but it's that combination that gives us the benefits. We have at DigiNext been looking with that same conviction. In our case, there's no single party in the supply chain that provides the whole picture of practices in a workplace. Our assessments, whether that's on the product traceability tool or Lumen, they only really become actionable when we triangulate the worker voice data and we triangulate the remediation outcomes. Those remediation outcomes themselves, we verify again through worker voice data. So my comments today, when I speak about this, is really from the experience of running that pipeline in the field. A big caveat to remember here is that when I speak from DigiNext perspective, it's where we've defined the data standards ourselves. We know there's the same process, the same definitions across all of the data we collected because we designed it that way. When we're looking at this data mesh, that is one of the big technical challenges that we'll be the first to overcome. What does risk look like? Is this risk to workers? Is this risk to businesses? Even the internal representation of that risk itself. So with this in mind, let's turn to signal saliency. What do we even mean by that? So for us, a signal is salient if it's going to be able to bring meaningful change to what you're trying to do. In the case of use case one, a signal is salient if it actually helps you separate those ethical recruitment agencies from exploitative ones. If it tracks worker outcomes rather than just compliance documentation. If we're federating data across this mesh, this test isn't just visibility. It's whether what we see leads to something someone does differently tomorrow. On signal saliency, I thought I'd make a couple of points from what we've seen ourselves. So the first one, worker reports, and in this case, worker reported fees are the anchor signal, and federation is what converts this complaint into evidence. So, for example, from a prize, we know that workers will tell you things that audits simply can't surface about fee payments, contract substitution, deception in recruitment offers. But a single worker report is just a data point. For us, it's a signal that we use to indicate a branch should dig deeper. If other sources also uncover similar findings, then it provides more evidence of the signal. The saliency multiplier comes from this corroboration. When the same fee pattern appears across different sources, the mesh can then highlight the finding. An interesting point, as well as convergence, is divergence. So source divergence in itself is the most diagnostic signal, and we see this every day. We often get asked from our clients what to do when sources contradict each other. For example, maybe a supplier assessment or audit comes back clean, but workers flag issues. This is the most common divergence, and it doesn't mean the audit's wrong, it doesn't mean the workers are lying, or it doesn't mean the tools don't work. It could mean that the assessment captured the managed presentation. It could mean that workers honestly reported their experiences. We know that practices of exploitation change. Workers could have come through different recruitment experiences, through different corridors, and at different points in time. We've had cases where brands have done in-person investigations to follow up on signals from workers, and they also haven't identified the exploitation that was reported. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. It's a point to actually reflect. It's a point to consider the power imbalances, for example, when an investigation happens. What structures are trusted by workers? What structures were used to do those investigations? Were workers in a space where they felt safe enough to disclose? And this really points to the inclusion of unions and other NGOs, for example, where workers actually feel safe to be able to raise those grievances. All of these different signals need to be able to be fed into that data mesh to help us to understand what is really happening. So in our tool Lumen, for example, we highlight these source divergences. They're highlighted as a place to dig a little deeper. With this in mind, that federated data mesh should model divergence as well as convergence, not just treating that divergence as noise to be resolved. My last point from our findings is that really saliency is corridor specific. This is something also reflected in IOM's report, but from our analysis of prize reports, we see that practices of exploitation differ over recruitment corridor, over sector, and over time. So the signal saliency is also going to depend on these corridors. It means that a worker-reported fee signal, for example, shouldn't be treated as globally salient. A report from one corridor, say Myanmar to Thailand, carries different informational weight than the same signal from Laos to Thailand. When we're looking at data meshes, we need to be able to weigh saliency by the governance context, by the sector, and the specific client-agency relationship. I think I'll hand it back to there so we can go for some questions.
Thank you so much, Hannah. I've been reflecting, and for those, I think Sarah mentioned it in the opening, but for those of you who don't know, I worked on forced labor and labor migration issues here in Southeast Asia for a long time, and before that at the ILO, and I'm reflecting on what Malika and Hannah have been saying, and how much of the burden of proof is on workers, right? And the weight that we place on that evidence that is generated by workers who are the victims, and what this means when we know that companies have a duty to do their due diligence and to identify their risks and to know what's happening in their supply chains, and when governments have also a responsibility to do law enforcement properly, to do labor inspections properly, and to be identifying those issues without just having to rely on workers' account. So that's just a reflection. But building on that, I would love to ask all of you actually, and especially you, David, you've just come back from Thailand, and we are here saying, well, if all the actors, say companies, suppliers, governments, recruiters, have access to that data, they will then be able to act. They might not act all at the same speed. They might not act collaboratively. So where do each of you see the bottlenecks? Who's going to move faster? Who's likely to take the longest? And what, and maybe this is for you, Anna, in particular, what can some of us here in this room also do to continue pushing those actors to move at the speed that is needed? So I'll start with you, David.
Great. No, thank you for that. And thank you to all of the speakers and colleagues. Maybe I'll start with just my frame on that. We need everyone to move. And people are moving based on the sort of their own environments and pressures that they're existing on their own, right? And so we need business to move. There's also the current regulatory environments which are pushing them to move more and more, right? And we see that in Davos, and we've had those discussions where businesses are more interested and need to be more interested in what's happening in their supply chains. So we'll need business to move. We need government to move as well, to really create that space to actually move on these insights and properly deal with the issue. So in my view, we need all the stakeholders to move. What we're doing as part of the partnership by design, and especially in these use cases that have been mentioned, we know that we need the diversity of stakeholders to move together on some of these issues. And so what would it look like for a group of civil society, business stakeholders, government stakeholders, as we're making sense of this data together, to also be thinking about what does action accountability now look like in Thailand together around recruitment? If we're seeing these certain signals around different agencies, there are different decisions that each of us now need to make at the table, right? And how can we think about that properly as a use case? So for us as a partnership, the use case is not just only what individuals can do on their own, although rightfully so, and we're creating tools for people to do that work on their own, for their own work, but then also what you can then contribute collectively on the work that we're doing in Thailand. And I should say we've started in Thailand being the first use case, but then hoping to go to other countries. So in many ways, it's both.
Thanks, David. Malika, I'll continue in Thailand with you. So can you build on that and reflect? Who is going to move first? How do we make everyone move together?
Absolutely. I think there's a very real fear at times when it comes to the word data sharing, or even working collaboratively to move things forward. Usually when it comes to the fears, there's a few different factors that is compounding that fear or that anxiety to kind of like move forward or even to act upon the data that they're seeing. In a way, working collectively and also advocating closely with government and also civil society. I think a lot of times we have to present this data or this partnership in a way that this is here to help you do your work more effectively. It's not to point out gaps, which obviously this data will very much do so. But we're trying to formulate it in a way that is positive. It's meant to help you, advocate for, the things that needs to be done in terms of like responding to various different issues, including forced labor, trafficking, and even forced criminality in Thailand. Government do not want to make me feel like they're just kind of like failing or not doing things, especially when you're presenting data in front of them. And especially when it comes to civil society too, there's a very real sense of anxiety and a real sense of the fact that like the data or even joining on a data partnership might point out to the flaws and also the fact that they have not done enough or also have done collective action on this particular point. But by ensuring that we're here to kind of like do this collaboratively, it's not meant to take away their data sovereignty and also the fact that we're here to really just kind of like advocate on this particular topic together. It will help just ensure that all of these different actors, businesses even, kind of like move forward together on the same kind of like spectrum.
Thank you. Hannah, I'll go to you next. Sort of, you have the global level experience as well. So what do you make of what David and Malika shared?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really great. I think I used to be an academic, so putting my academic hat back on, we talk about technology often being seen as this silver bullet, that it's going to come and it's going to solve all of our problems. But we know actually that the problems we're trying to solve here are messy problems. They're really complex. They depend on context. Things don't work everywhere. And a long time ago, I wrote a couple of papers on this, saying that technology is not a silver bullet. It's not going to solve these problems. What it's going to do is actually amplify the original intent of the participants here. So what we're looking for here is trying to make sure that the original intent is shaped towards the same direction. It's the understanding the motivations for participation, the incentives for participation, because then you get people moving in the same direction to begin with, like all the stuff David's already doing in Thailand. You know, that is more important to begin with, because you need to make sure you're all moving in the same direction, and then you'll get the change afterwards.
Yeah, and I think incentives and disincentives is something IHRB always mentions as well, right? What are also the disincentives not to act? So how can we make that very clear? And I'll come to you in a second, but I just saw that we have lots of questions. So let's see what people are asking. Carmen, do you want to bring the questions?
Yes. So as Julia mentioned, there are a lot of questions in the chat. I tried to group some of them that touch on the same topics. So let's start with the first one. This one is a very interesting one. As recruitment increasingly moves online, how will the partnership monitor AI-powered recruitment platforms, digital labor marketplaces, and AI-driven intermediaries that may facilitate worker exploitation? That's the first one. The second, will recruitment agencies have the right to review, challenge, or correct data relating to their organizations before it is used for compliance assessments or public reporting? What can you share about these sort of mechanisms? What has the partnership thought about this? And then it's another one that I grouped that reads, has the partnership any plans to collect data on employers that violate the employer base principles or responsible recruitment practices? And what are you planning to do with those findings? Which, I mean, it's lies to another question that reads, how will the data be translated to action, specifically when it comes to proving redress for migrants who face human rights violations? And then again, I'll stay here if you want me to reread that question or ask another one.
Thank you, Carmen. Anna, I'll start to you. You can pick and choose. There's a lot.
Thank you. In terms of online AI intermediaries, Hannah might be placed better than I to answer that one. Will recruitment agencies be able to challenge and review the findings? I think the whole idea is that there is a lot of triangulation happening, and the mesh won't rely on one data source, but it will be triangulating multiple data sources. And so hopefully that should present an accurate picture of the reality, but I would imagine that recruiters could also be data contributors, which David can answer that question. In terms of how it will translate to sort of redress and monitoring remedy, I think that's TBD. These are things that we want to do. We want to be able to measure the resulting action, but there's a lot of work and focus concentration right now on actually getting the data mesh to work. I think the accountability piece is going to be a part of it, but we're tackling it in phases.
Thank you. David?
I think very well said. But just a couple of comments just around, it's true that we are tackling the technical piece and trying to get that off the ground. We're tackling the governance pieces, as I mentioned, not just safeguarding the data and the work, but then also making sure that the group of people we're bringing together are not groups of data. They're groups of folks that are going to take action and work with us in Thailand. And so really making it practical around actionability, which could include a number of different folks in conversation, including recruitment agencies and other folks, to make sense of what's happening in addition to what we're seeing on the mesh. So that's the question on the recruitment agencies being a part of it. I think there's more that we will do in designing around the accountability piece and trying to think through that. And that's going to be different in every place that this will function. A big part of our work in the trip recently was to really better understand the current networks in Thailand, to understand how this is going to be serving and helpful to them in the ongoing efforts. And so I'll say +1 to everything Malika said, and thanks for the conversation that we had yesterday in Thailand.
Thanks, David. Hannah, do you want to come in on AI-powered recruitment? And it's really good to see so many questions being asked about it, because tomorrow we're going to have a workshop about that. And I think it's going to be a really interesting exercise for those of us here in the room. So, Hannah, over to you.
Sure. Cool. So I guess the same conditions that make digital recruitment efficient also make it really exploitable. It's low cost to list there. There's no verification. You can reach across borders. You can easily take down and relaunch overnight. All of these things mean it's easy to use it to exploit others. Off the top of my head, the first thing I would do is change or add more kinds of questions, like recruitment channel specific questions, so we can start gathering information about the recruitment agencies, that online ones as well. So for example, when you have a worker voice survey, you can easily ask about how people were recruited, and getting more nuance into that part. They're the same kinds of questions that you could ask about recruitment journeys for in-person recruitment, but extending the types of answers there to include online, if you met people in person at all.
Thanks, Hannah. Carmen, I think we're at time. Do you have one burning question, if it's very short?
I do have one, which I don't think it will be of surprise to any of you, and it's about data protection. How are you working with regulations or regulation representatives to ensure privacy is protected?
David.
Yes, I mean, yes, we are. And we're obviously not just only building on all the different principles and work that's already been discussed now, but we are working closely with them to make sure that the mesh will protect all of that. And that was a key conversation with government ministries as they're thinking about getting on board to the mesh.
Thank you. Thanks, Carmen. Look, we're at time and we need to break for lunch now, because we only have an hour and then our online audience is going to come back. But I would encourage the conversation to continue at lunch. And I think there is a lot also to be said about what we can expect if we're here at the end of 2027 or early 2028. Where are we? What does success look like? So hopefully we can have that conversation over lunch. And we look forward to continue to engage in the partnership and to, I think, bring collaboration and collective action. I think we all agree that we need to move together and push the incentives and disincentives for people to act on the data. So thank you very much. Lunch will be served downstairs on the first floor. So you just take the escalator. And for people online, we'll be back in 1 hour and we'll be on time. So also take a break and we look forward to seeing you in 1 hour. Thank you.